Hello, good morning. I think we can officially start. So once again, good morning to the second day. Welcome to the second day of Cluster Meet Region in Kosice. Before informing you about the agenda of today, I just once again want to quickly wrap up what happened yesterday. So we spoke about the role of clusters for the regional development. We were talking about how to do business with Ukraine, but obviously what was one of the key highlights of the day was the presentations of the two prime ministers we had. So I think this is something that will be spoken a lot, and it's unique as experience that we have and the chance that we have. A lot of things and a lot of already networking happened yesterday for everyone who is in the room, and obviously for those that are following us today online. I just quickly want to highlight as well what is ahead of us for today. So we will be having the first session about funding opportunities. Then we'll be followed with a pitching session where we will be having 20 organizations, representatives that will do their presentations, what they offer, what they are looking for. Every presenter will have 5 minutes. Then after the break, we will be having the matchmaking sessions. Before the start of the matchmaking, I'll introduce a couple of details how the session will be going. And then we will have the wrap-up of the day and the overall event. So without further delay, I would like to give the floor for the first session. I'm giving the floor for the Marek Pshor, Team Leader, Cluster Policy, DG Grow, European Commission, to start and present the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theodora. Actually, when we were preparing the agenda, we thought in order to bring people in the morning to the session, funding is something that people will be interested. So very happy that you are here and we can start this session. We are going to have 1 hour, 15 minutes. We will try to finish punctually. And I'm very pleased to welcome all our panelists. We are going to, together with them, go through different potential funding opportunities that you could find interesting for yourself, that you can start building consortia for them, that you can relate to them. So first of all, we will have the series of presentations from the European Commission. We start with Johan Magnusson, who you know from yesterday, team leader for Danube and Baltic Sea Strategy in Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. Then I will invite my colleague Martin Dies from the unit of Clusters Enterprise Europe Network in DG Grow, who is actually the person in our directorate responsible for Ukraine and who helped me to organize as well this whole event. We will have Natalia Dolia from Directorate General of Research and Innovation in the European Commission, who will speak about options for potential opportunities in Horizon. And then Yanis Aizelniks, who is actually in the Directorate General for Neighborhood Policy, the key person for Ukraine and integration in this whole new created directorate, which is in DG NIR. And then Anna Hajduczok from Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, the organization which is helping as well to implement instruments. So without further delay, I will start with Johan. After this kind of batch, we will have Q&A, and then we move to our other distinguished guests who are representing other institutions which are doing a lot as well for Ukraine and preparing the funding opportunities. So, Johan, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Marek. I hope you can hear me, all of you here in the room. Good morning to everyone. What I will do is that I will move myself, I will put myself here. And what I'm going to do this morning is to provide you an overview of different types of funding sources within EU cohesion policy. And I will now see if this works. Yes, it works very well. But before I jump into the programs, I just wanted to give you the overall framework. As you know, EU cohesion policy is one of the biggest policies financially that we have in the European Union. And we have more than 390 billion euros for all types of funds in cohesion policy during the period 2021 to 2027. So it's really quite a lot. The policy is built around 5 policy objectives. And what we are going to concentrate on here today is the first one, the one, policy objective 1, PO1, which is the one which focuses on smart growth, and that's where we have the support for clusters. This policy objective, it's called A More Competitive and Smarter Europe, and it consists of a number of so-called specific objectives. And there is one which is called 1.1, which is about developing and enhancing research innovation capacities, which is interesting for you, but it's one which is, if possible, even more interesting, and it's the one which is called 1.3, because that's the one where we really focus on cluster development. So this is just to give you the framework. This is the legal framework for cohesion policy for the years to come, and this sets, if you like, the basis for what these programs, these various cohesion policy programs can do. Now I would like to talk specifically about Interreg. Interreg is a type of cooperation program that is funded through the European Regional Development Fund, which is one, as you saw, of the funds that we have in cohesion policy. The focus is very much on green and digital transition, and it's really very much about cooperation. Cooperation is really at the heart of these programs. Cooperation across borders, in transnational areas, across the whole of Europe. Cooperation really at the heart of these programs. It's financially, the money allocated for Interreg programs is, from a cohesion policy perspective, much smaller than for what we call mainstream programs. So these national and regional programs that I mentioned yesterday and we will talk about today. But still, even if it is small from a cohesion policy point of view, it's still big enough, I can assure you, to provide a lot of funding for cooperation in cross-border and transnational areas. And again, the same, so we use the same here, the same setup. These policy objectives, as I mentioned a minute ago, are here also valid. That's the legal framework. And in particular, policy objective 1 is of particular importance there, because that's where we have the smart growth and the cluster development. And really, I would like to say that Interreg, it really is an opportunity for small and medium-sized companies, for business to work together across borders. And cluster organizations are target groups in this, and we have a lot of information on how, what already has been supported and how much the allocation for Interreg in total, in all the Interreg programs are. Here, I would only invite you to go and check if you're interested in this in detail on the information that we have. And we are going to distribute this presentation to all of you participants in this conference. You can a little bit have the time to check out the details for yourself at home in front of the computer. Now, this is a little bit about, again, how it's all organized. So I said that we have Interreg, it's about cooperation. There are 4 different strands of Interreg. And today we are going to look specifically at the cross-border programs and the transnational programs. We will also talk about one of the inter-regional programs. There's also something called outermost region programs. We're not going to talk about that today. That is programs that cover areas that are outside Europe. As you know, we also have territories that are part of the European Union but are located in other parts of the world. But that's not the subject for today's discussion. So, key questions for potential beneficiaries. This is really what you have to think about if you want to go into this, if you Interreg programs and you want to, you see that this is, let's say, the path to go for. So who do I want to cooperate with, and where are we located in the territorial space, and what theme do we want to cooperate on? And that, if you have replies to these questions, you can also see it will be more easy for you to see which kind of program that is most relevant for you. And what you have to do, I say it now, and I will come back to that. What you will need to do is that you will need to check when our managing authorities for the programs are opening calls for support. There are many calls open right now. We will come to that in a moment. But you will need to check this. And again, all information is available online. And also, if you want to see what kind of projects have already been supported within Interreg, there is an excellent database. I mentioned it yesterday, and I mentioned it here again. It's called KEEP, and there is a section specifically dedicated to Interreg in KEEP, where you can really see what has been supported. Also gives you a flavor for what these programs can do. I would like to start with those Interreg programs that we call transnational. And as you see here, there are a number of them that cover big parts of the European Union and beyond. These transnational programs, they are there to help to deliver key European political priorities, like the green and digital transition, social transition that follows from it. And they cover, as you could see on the map, like transnational regions. For example, the Danube region, we are in the Danube region now, or the Baltic Sea region, or the Adriatic and Ionian region. And there is a requirement that in all transnational programs, they require at least 3 countries to participate in a project. That's a general rule for all of them. And the transnational program that is of particular interest to you, because now we are here in Slovakia, and we have very many colleagues and friends from Ukraine here. We want to focus specifically here now on Slovakia, Ukraine. That's why I'm going to talk now a bit more in detail about the Danube region program. I also know that there are many people here in the audience who come from neighboring countries, Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic. There are also programs for you. We will come to that in a second. But now we focus specifically on the Danube region program. Here is the geography for that program. And you can see here that it covers all countries in this Danube region here. So Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Ukraine, Czech Republic, the Republic of Moldova are all in. And this is financially one of the biggest transnational Interreg programs that we have in the EU. You see the total budget is more than 215 million euros for the period 2021 to 2027. And interesting with this program obviously is, as I said, that it includes also Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, but also several countries on the Western Balkans. Now, what can be supported here? So you can see it here. This program is, among other things, specifically targeting clusters. And it does so in various ways. And it's, I would say that it's one of the priorities of this program. cluster development in the Danube region for emerging industries, for developing research clusters, centers. So it's really one of the targets of this program. How do I do if I would like to get support from this program? How do I apply for support? So applications for funding, they are submitted online when the calls are open. Projects are selected in a two-step application procedure. So the first thing one has to do is that one has to submit an expression for interest. And then in the second step, promising proposals will be invited to submit a more detailed application form. So it's a two-step application procedure. And decisions on project selections are taken by the monitoring committee of this program. The managing authority and the joint secretariat for this program are both located in Budapest, in Hungary, but there are national contact points in all countries participating, obviously also in Slovakia and in Ukraine. So here again, what I would then recommend you to do if you are interested in this program is that you go online again at this website, which is included in this slide, and check out exactly when the calls are being opened, when they are open, and what can be supported through them. This is about transnational programs. I gave you one example here, I think, which is of particular relevance to you. Now we are going to talk about cross-border Interreg programs. Cross-border Interreg programs support cooperation between regions from at least two member states that lie directly on the borders, but it can also include non-member states. This type of Interreg program is the one that has the highest allocation of the four different types I mentioned in the beginning, quite many of them. And they come in various kind of setups. We have the type of program that is between internal borders of the EU, but as I said, we also have programs that go beyond, that cross the border outside the European Union. And here, obviously, of particular interest are those programs that cover Ukraine. And here you have them. So there are 5 such cross-border Interreg programs that cover Ukraine and member states, obviously. So there's one program, Poland, Ukraine. There's another program, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine. There's one program, Romania, Ukraine. Another one between Romania and the Republic of Moldova. And another one yet in the Black Sea Basin. And what we are now going to do is that we are going to have a look at all of them. In particular, I will focus on the program that has where we have Slovakia and Ukraine. So it will be this Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine program, but I'm also going to talk about the other ones. Now, this slide is interesting here because here you can see when the calls are being opened. And as you can see, there are calls running right now. For other programs, the calls are in the process of being opened. For example, for the program I now mentioned, the one with Slovakia and Ukraine and Hungary and Romania. So you really have to check this. It's like the situation is a little bit different from program to program. The big program between Hungary and Ukraine is, as I said, already opened. And these programs have different priorities. You can also see them here. Poland, Ukraine, for example, they have now open calls for health and environment. And you see the amounts for these particular areas of that program. The program as such is even bigger. It's like 190 million euros. So it's a big program. But now this is what is accessible at the moment. But we are going to look at that a little bit more in detail now. So we start with the Poland-Ukraine program, and you can see here also the geography of that one. So here it is health, here it is environment that is now up out in the calls, and here you see health, environment. So what is that? So it's various types of projects within these areas, and also obviously, as I said, this is one of the programs that can support cluster development. So the only thing I can recommend you is to go to here online and check out exactly what is open, what they state that you can do. But in principle, for cluster development, it should be possible to apply for projects there. Then we take the next one, just the one Romania, Ukraine. So here it's not yet open for calls, it would open in June. And there, as you can see, the focus is on environment, social development, and border issues. So you can see it's like a little bit different profile from program to program. The next one I want to talk about is this one, the Black Sea Basin program, and here it's even several countries that are involved. You can see here, apart from Ukraine, we also have the Republic of Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, and Turkey. And again, this program has opened also the calls. And here the focus is again on, as you see, this policy objective 1, as we talked about, the one that includes support for clusters, but it's also other things there. So again, if you're interested to cooperate in this Black Sea configuration, this is the program to go for, and it is now open. Go on to their website and check exactly what they have there. Now we come to the one that I wanted to go a little bit deeper in. That is the one, the HUSCROA, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine cross-border Interreg program. And this one has a total budget of 73 million euros for the period 2021 to 2027. It's again a program that is managed by Hungary. Every project must cover at least one Ukrainian beneficiary and at least one beneficiary from a member state. That's the kind of basic condition here. They have 3 priorities: resilient and green border region, healthy and attractive border region, and cooperating border region. Here, particularly under priority, a healthy and attractive border region, where they specifically focus on tourism. There is specific mentioning of the support for cluster initiatives, of tourism clusters in this region, but also related to transform to elements, update elements of cultural heritage, and establishment of joint platforms and marketing. So here are possibilities, I think, very much in the field of culture and tourism. That's how they have drafted their program. But also under the priority of cooperating border region. And here it's more about networks, clusters, one type of network of science, industrial parks, and logistics centers. So you see, again, there are possibilities here that should be taken. And here again, it's the same principle. The managing authority is like HICID in Hungary, but there are national contact points. There is one here in Slovakia, Bratislava, and there is one in Ukraine. And for this program in Ukraine, it is the Secretariat, the Cabinet and Ministers. And that's for all these next programs. It is the Secretariat of the Cabinet and Ministers in Ukraine that is the contact point, just so that you are aware of this. Now, in order to complete this picture, I also want to say a few words about what we call in our jargon the mainstream national and regional programs. It's really the programs that are where the big money, if you like, from a total cohesion policy point of view are. and which normally covers a whole country or regions. And as you can see on this map, these programs, they cover the whole of Europe. And why are they interesting? Because now we are here, we want to what particularly we talk about cooperation between, let's say, Slovakia, Ukraine, Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Ukraine. Why are these programs interesting then? Because you can see the border here, you see that Ukraine is gray in this, and say, okay, so why do you now talk about this? Well, I talk about this because it is so that also these programs can support projects where you have project partners that are located outside the territory of the program. And they can even be located outside the EU, for example, in Ukraine. And this is something which is new in this programming period. You have the legal references here. I'm not going to go into detail with that. I just want to say that there is such a possibility for these types of programs also to support projects that are located outside, in this case, Slovakia. For example, to work together, Slovak partners who work together with partners in Ukraine. Okay. Cohesion policy in Slovakia. Slovakia receives 12.6 billion euro in cohesion policy. It's the cohesion policy allocation for Slovakia for the period 2021 to 2027. And if we then particularly look at policy objective 1, you can see that the allocation for that policy objective is 1.9 billion, and this is then obviously the part that is interesting for us. We want to support clusters, we want to develop clusters. It is policy objective 1 that is of key interest to us. So here, in the Slovak program, there is a measure which is called 133, which is called Support for Business Networking, and which has an allocation of 9.5 million euros. And here, the focus is really on clusters, cluster development. And what I want to say is that this measure has received much more money in this programming period than in the last one. I think the increase in allocation is close to 50%, which shows that this is an area that is of priority to the Slovak authorities. So again, an opportunity that should not be missed. This is a dedicated earmarked amount for cluster development in this program. There is also another measure which is called Promoting Cross-Sectoral Cooperation, Research, Development, Innovation, Increasing Research, Innovation Capacities in Enterprises. This measure can also potentially be interesting for cluster development. There is no dedicated allocation there, but it can also be possible to use this measure for cluster development. So there's an additional opportunity in this program. And much more information is available here. Again, we are in the world of shared management. It's our colleagues in the managing authority here in Slovakia that can help you further on when the calls are open, how to apply, how to do, what to do, where to submit the application, how is the selection made, and so on and so on. This is done all here in Slovakia. Now, the third type of Interreg program that I want to mention this morning to you is what we call Interreg Europe. It's a program, it's an interregional program. That's how they are called. We have several of them, but particular of interest to you is this Interreg Europe. What is that? Well, that's an Interreg program that covers the whole of Europe. The whole of Europe is covered, and it is the total allocation for this program is 12.7 million. It's a program that covers all 5 policy objectives that I talked about before, and certainly policy objective 1, the one on smart growth. This is a program that already has been supporting clusters across Europe. And I think, and there are various projects here, you can see the names of them here, and it was also mentioned by the Hungarian colleague yesterday, an example of one of those projects. And I think not only by our Hungarian colleague, but also from our Slovak colleague here from the Cluster Valley here in Kosice also mentioned this. So this is interesting because here, like the whole kind of, how can I say, the whole philosophy here is that this program tries to connect partners across Europe. It's very much about to learn from each other and to take the best, let's say, from different parts of Europe. It's an opportunity to work together with clusters in, not only in the Danube region or cross-border, but in wherever you want, in Spain or in France or in Finland, like really across Europe, to exchange experience. And they do many things here also. Kind of the outcome of this work, policy briefs, events, good practice, this database here, there's a lot here. So again, an interesting opportunity if you want to go broader when you work and really exchange experience with colleagues really from across Europe. The first call for project proposals in this program will open very soon. And I can only say that they should take the opportunity to do this and to look at this. As you can see here, there is also a second call for projects, and that one has already opened. There, all the topics are covered, including obviously and smart growth. So again, it's very much a question of checking what is out there and what's available. And by the way, this Interreg Europe here, the managing authority for the whole of Europe, happens to be located in Bratislava. So again, what you need to do is you have to go to their website, see what is available, and take the opportunities there. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a lot of information, I know that, and a lot of references. As I said, what we are going to do is that we will distribute this presentation to you so that you have all these details with you back home. And with those words, I would like to close my intervention here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johanna. We are going a little bit out of time. Talking about 390 billion euro, it's something, and you had this whole overview with millions of euro. Well, let us move to digital, to single market program. If we can have 2 calls that we've launched in the framework of the single market program. Martin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Marek. Dobry deň. Good morning to all of you. My presentation will be short and proportionate to the amount of money for the 2 calls. So we have recently launched 2 calls for proposals under the Single Market Program. So it's really the perfect timing to talk about them today, because you still have a bit more than a month to respond to these 2 calls for proposals. So what are they about? It's the first one is called Business Bridge. It's really a very new, innovative kind of pilot project that we have launched in order to facilitate the integration of Ukrainian SMEs, small and medium-sized companies, into the single market. This is really a priority for us, and that's why we have launched this initiative. And the other one is about Erasmus for young entrepreneurs. This program, I will give you a bit more information about it, but it's more the continuation of the program that has already been existing now for quite some years, and that has proven to be very successful and appropriate in the current situation. Both programs are being financed under the Single Market Program. This is, compared to the regional funding opportunities, a much smaller program, but that is intended to help the competitiveness of small and medium-sized companies, to improve their business environment, to help them to grow, to innovate, to internationalize, and above all, to help them for their twin transition, green and digital. So the two calls I will now give you were, the Single Market Program has different pillars. So this is under the COSME pillar. The work program for this pillar was adopted beginning of February, and at the beginning of February, Ukraine also signed the cooperation agreement to be associated to the Single Market Program. So it's really now the best time, I would say, for Ukraine to be part in this program. It's also the program that helps to finance the Enterprise Europe Network, some of the cluster activities. So I would say this is really one of the major programs that can help in terms of business cooperation. So let's first talk about Business Bridge. So this call was set up with the intention to have a cascade funding. So first of all, we want to set up a consortium of different business support organizations that will have to select and assist 1,500 Ukrainian companies who would then benefit from up to 2,500 euros for a series of services that they can take advantage of. Of course, because it's an EU program that is also meant to help EU companies, there is also this dimension of helping EU companies to have access to the Ukrainian market, to help them to find new supply chains and new investment opportunities. So it has to be a win-win program for both EU and Ukrainian companies. So who can apply? I think many in the room are probably already aware about these programs because you are our target group. So we are looking for legal entities established in EU member states, but also in other non-countries associated, in particular, of course, Ukraine. We are looking in particular for organizations like Enterprise Europe Network, clusters, Erasmus for young entrepreneurs, intermediary organizations from the current SMP program or from its predecessor program, which was called COSME. So the list of organizations we are looking for or who are eligible for this call has been published on the website. So this is quite important, but still we know that many business organizations in Ukraine could also be interested by this call. So we have really put a clear mention in the call that the applicants have to take into account and try to get into some kind of arrangements with other existing business support organizations in Ukraine who are providing services to their SMEs. So which SMEs, which small and medium-sized companies are do we have in mind for this type of project? So first of all, they have to be based in regions where Ukraine has exercised effective control. We can help both EU-registered companies that are based in Ukraine or that are displaced, and that are currently operating then from another EU country, while still maintaining, of course, business links with Ukraine. You have to demonstrate that you have suffered from the war, and you also have to demonstrate your potential to generate market access, supply, and investment opportunities for EU businesses. Another important point is that you have to agree to be referred in a future central database of SMEs receiving financial support from EU and international funded schemes, and the capacity to prove that you are not receiving funding from any other entity for the activities supported by this action. This is basically to avoid double funding, which is a basic principle in the EU financial regulation. As priority groups, we have selected women entrepreneurs and also social economy. But basically, any small and medium-sized company from any sector can apply. What kind of activities can be funded or can they benefit from? So I've put here some examples. It's not an exhaustive list. I think what is particularly interesting for many small companies is to be able to enter international markets and participate in trade fairs in the EU. We have all been going through COVID times and online meetings, but there is nothing that can compare with a real physical meeting, and the opportunity to meet face-to-face is always much better, and is also, I would say, an easier way of making or getting in touch with a wide number of companies. So this is going to be, I would say, quite important. Another important element of this call is that the 2,500 euros available can also help to adapt products to EU standards and norms. As I mentioned, the timing is really perfect. You still have about a month to complete your application, and on Monday, it's not written here on the call, but next Monday at 10 in the morning, you will be able to attend an info session where I will be presenting the program in more details, and my colleagues will also be providing you with all the financial information that you ought to know if you want to take part in this project. So in the meantime, have a look at the call that has been published on the website, and follow the info session that will take place on Monday. The other call I want to mention now is the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs. Are you familiar with this project? Can you just raise your hand for those of you who have heard about the project? So not many, so great. It's an opportunity for me to tell you more about it. So this is, as you can hear in the word Erasmus, we got inspiration from the Erasmus program, but in this case, it's really to help aspiring entrepreneurs, so new entrepreneurs, but no limit of age, to be able to take part in a kind of partnering project with an already established company in another EU country. Now, when it comes to Ukraine is part of the program, and it has already taken advantage of this program lately, but here we wanted to increase even further the opportunities for Ukrainians in Ukraine, or those that are benefiting from the temporary protection directive who are already displaced in an EU country, to take advantage of this program. This program is meant to help them to, I would say, to make their dream of establishing a new business to come closer to reality, to really learn from a more experienced entrepreneur. It doesn't have to be in the same sector, but really to learn from them how to manage your business, what are the pitfalls that you should avoid, what are the opportunities of setting up a business in that sector, and so on. The Commission or the EU contribution is given to the participating new entrepreneur. So it's basically providing you with financing to stay abroad, or if you do it online, then no cost is involved, but you can stay from 1 to 6 months in another EU country, or if, let's imagine, you are already displaced in Poland or Slovakia, and if you want to make good use of your time while being here, if you have a business project in mind, so it has already, when applying, you need to already have a clear idea of the type of business that you want to run, or if you have been running a business for less than 3 years, you may apply, and then you will be put in touch with the intermediary organization will help you to find a good matching with an existing entrepreneur. So this, as I said, this program has already been running for quite some time, and during the course of last year, the number of Ukrainian participants has increased quite a lot, and we are very happy about that because it has proven, based on our experience in the last 15 years of running this project, it has proven really very beneficial. And interestingly enough, not just for the new entrepreneurs, but also for the host entrepreneurs, because they learn really they come with, they know that new entrepreneurs usually come with new ideas, they can open up new market opportunities, they can tell them about market research in their own country. So it has really a multitude of advantages for both, on both sides. Here, Ukrainian companies who are based in Ukraine can also be host organizations. For instance, if EU companies want to explore the EU market, everything can be done online. So consider this opportunity as well. So the objective of the call now is to really select some further or more intermediary organizations that will be helping for the matching. So on the one hand, the new entrepreneurs, and let me just add that we're not talking there is no age limit. I think the oldest new entrepreneur that has been selected in the program was 65 years old. So no age limit, you just need to have an Ukrainian citizenship, and we're looking for 430 Ukrainian new entrepreneurs. Here are the possible applicants for these intermediary organizations, and the deadline is a bit longer. It's till the 11th of May. So I really strongly encourage you to take part in both of these calls and really have a look at the website and the frequently asked questions if you are interested. Thank you very much.
Martin, thank you very much. These are the opportunities at this very moment. The calls are launched. But let's move directly now to our colleague from DG Research. I hope she's online. Natalia Dolia. Hi.
Yes,
Hi,
I'm
Natalia.
here.
We can hear
Hello.
you. Everything, please. The floor is yours.
Okay, great. I'm just trying to share the presentation. Can you confirm that? Okay, you
Yes,
do not see it in the full screen, right? Okay, now it works.
Yeah, it works. Super. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm here to talk about Commission support for Ukraine in the area of research and innovation, and in particular, of course, it is happening under Horizon Europe program that we have. And I would like just to flag that the uptake of the support measures that we have put in place, of course, depends on the Ukrainian research and innovation entities, but as well on the European stakeholders who take interest in the program, who know the program well, and who are keen to support Ukraine by proactively exploring collaboration opportunities with the Ukrainian partners. So now, the context that we operate and we take into account what is happening, of course, in Ukraine and the impact that war is having. So the research infrastructure is getting increasingly damaged or destroyed. In November last year, it was at 15%, the estimated number. Now it is at 35%. It is estimated that over 6,000 scientists have left Ukraine, and also the public budget for research and innovation has reduced to a minimum because, of course, the government is having other priorities. But this, of course, all undermines the research and innovation activities in the country. And from our side, we see that Ukraine's association to Horizon Europe and Euratom programs is actually a key instrument of support. Association in itself, it means that Ukrainian research and innovation actors can participate in the programs on equal terms with entities from the member states. This means that Ukrainian entities are eligible for EU funding. They can act as project coordinators. And also there is a possibility for the Ukrainian government representatives, they can participate in program committees. Where the content of the work programs, the specific goals are discussed and shaped and decided upon. As a special measure, what we've done is that Ukrainian government doesn't have to contribute financially to the program. This slide gives you an overview of the key support actions that we have put in place. And I will focus only on those that are probably of specific interest to participants in this conference. And I would like to underline that there is a horizontal measure which applies to all calls under Horizon Europe, is that all applicants are encouraged to create opportunities for the Ukrainian research and innovation actors. Maybe it is not as visible because it is in the introduction kind of the work program, but this is what we're trying to promote, that it is a horizontal measure and all applicants should be aware of it and explore it. Then I'll skip this. So the other big action that could be of interest is an action that was put in place by the European Innovation Council. It's a 20 million initiative which seeks to establish a pan-European network that will provide support services to deep tech startups and SMEs of Ukraine. It concerns both deep tech companies who are located in Ukraine and those who have temporarily relocated to Europe. The network will be providing some financial support through innovation grants. There will be also support services provided in terms of, for example, access to markets, access to networks. And the intention is to reach out to at least 200 of the Ukrainian deep tech startups. So the evaluation has been done. So the network should be launched in the coming months. But I mean, it's in the pipeline, so we do not yet have the date, but it should happen in the coming months. Then in the area of research infrastructure, there is an ongoing call which encourages all service providers to provide a fast track access to the Ukrainian researchers. And the call concerns research infrastructure services across different fields of work, including health, green and digital, as well as frontier knowledge. Then this specific action, it has been put in place under the EU mission for climate neutral and smart cities. 5 million has been allocated. There is an ongoing call which intends to foster peer-to-peer collaboration at cities level and to help Ukrainian cities prepare climate neutral recovery plans. And then the intention is to eventually integrate those cities into the actual EU mission. We know that already Lviv, for example, and Kiev have expressed their interest, but then, we also working with Konotop, Zhytomyr and Lviv, who are part of the urban transition mission that was launched at the climate conference last year. Let me also flag the Excellence Hub initiative. The call will open in September this year. And it seeks to provide mentorship to less developed to actors from less developed innovation ecosystems, and there is a special focus on Ukraine. So Ukrainian innovators are encouraged to apply, and they will be able to receive mentoring, training, and knowledge transfer related support. What we also are doing is that we encourage better use of the Hop-on facility. And what this facility does is that it allows research and innovation actors from the widening countries, Ukraine including, to join ongoing Horizon projects that have no partners from the widening countries. The call is now open. The first cut-off date is in September. There will be another one next year. And really, it is a long list of eligible projects. I think it's around 160, if I'm not mistaken. And I did, for example, a random search yesterday for hydrogen, since it is very high on the agenda. And there are at least 8 projects that are related to hydrogen. So I hope that it's on the Ukrainian side to explore if some of those projects are of interest, and then to contact the coordinators of the project to explore how to make this hop-on happen. And normally it is about win-win benefits for the existing consortia as well as the for hop-on partner. So it's the greater capacity, greater resources, and then of course it's an extra funding that can come in. Then there are some calls that support specific cooperation frameworks with Ukraine. For example, in particular, the EU-Ukraine Strategic Partnership on Raw Materials. Then the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, they're also having a number of initiatives that are linked to Ukraine, but I see also there will be a representative of the EIT to talk about it. But I would like to in particular flag the EIT Jumpstarter program that helps innovators and startups to bring ideas to market. I would like to say that in our work, we also try to pay a really strong attention to the role of research and innovation in supporting Ukraine's sustainable modern recovery, which has green and digital transition at its core, that overall research and innovation and its role is acknowledged in all the political and operational frameworks on Ukraine's recovery. Because of course, under Horizon Europe, we can only complement by improving the capacity and developing knowledge. But some of the actions that we have already in place, they do relate to, I mean, in anticipation of recovery. And it's again, of course, the action under the cities mission, which is relevant for that. But then there is capacity building also at cities level carried out in the context of the new European Bauhaus initiative. The Nature-Based Solutions Hub was launched in Ukraine last month, and the Joint Research Center of the Commission is also doing important work, for example, in the context of smart specialization. So they are planning to develop a model specifically for post-destruction regions that could be, of course, useful for Ukraine. Just to say that we are actually quite encouraged by how Ukrainian participation in the program. I mean, they demonstrate resilience both in the field, but also how they participate in Horizon Europe. So we have so far 51 signed grants involving 69 participants. And as you can see on this slide, which compares Ukraine's participation or gives an overview, the evolution across Horizon 2020, and before that FP7, and now Horizon Europe. So you can see that Ukraine's participation is on par with the best year of Horizon 2020. And in order, okay, so here on this slide, you can see that the majority of projects, they happen in the climate, energy, and mobility cluster, as well as in the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. in order to enhance cooperation with Ukraine, of course, we need to have good contact points in order to do the matchmaking and to really bring partners together. And I've mentioned at the beginning that Ukraine's research and innovation budget has been reduced to a minimum, and it is to an extent that they cannot even establish a network of the national contact points for Horizon Europe, which of course also undermines our efforts to promote the available support measures and to make sure that connections are made. So in this context, we have decided to support the establishment of the Horizon Europe office in Kiev. The National Research Foundation of Ukraine will host it, and they will really do promotional activities. They will provide technical assistance in terms of drafting competitive proposals. They will also facilitate network buildings and matchmaking. So it will be, it should be operational around summer, and we foresee that it will be formally launched in Kiev in October. And there are, of course, other reference points. The European Innovation Council, they have appointed an ambassador who is based in Ukraine. It's Sergei Sereda, who is also the beneficiary of the European Innovation Council. So he is trying to also promote opportunities that are available in the context of the European Innovation Council. And I think the Ukrainian Startup Fund is quite active as well and willing to help. So, I mean, this is also another reference point. And then from the side of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, they also are planning to establish a hub in Ukraine, and the timeline is the end of 2023. And of course, they can also be contacted then to explore their specific instruments of support. For network buildings, of course, this conference, it presents a perfect opportunity, but then there are other channels. And of course, you are aware of the Enterprise Europe Network, but I'm here listed also 3 other ones that have been actually put in place by Ukrainian government and stakeholders, which we hope can be used in order to find good partnerships. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you very much. I know you are overwhelmed with all this information, but this is what our purpose was. Yesterday it was demand for funding opportunities. Here you are. Yanis, please.
Thank you, colleagues. It's a great pleasure to participate here today in person in Kosice. Also, meeting a lot of stakeholders with whom we have been meeting online many times, but now is the first occasion actually to see in person. Also, greetings to everyone who is online. So it's also good that so many of you have managed to join today. So I will try to complement my colleagues, or I will complement my colleagues with the story and the work that DG NEAR is doing together with Ukraine. It is another strand of work, and I'm also very happy that I'm here together with the colleague from GIZ, Anna. With GIZ, we are doing a lot of work together in Ukraine, and Anna will, in a way, continue the story that I will start telling you in terms of our EU assistance to Ukraine. I mean, my presentation is going to provide perspective on our support mainly to economy, private sector, and SMEs in particular, because I'm, of course, representing DG NEAR, and maybe from the past, you know, that Directorate General for Neighborhood Policy and enlargement negotiations is indeed responsible for coordinating the European Commission's resources and support to our neighborhood countries and also enlargement countries. So Ukraine has just switched from one status to another, and that also has large implications for future on how we are going to work together with Ukraine. Many of you maybe recall some of the key cooperation instruments that we have been in charge of implementing together with Ukraine and supporting Ukraine Previously, it was called European Neighborhood Policy, so ENI, ENPI instruments. Currently, it is called NDICI instrument, which is the main avenue for us to be able to support the reform path of Ukraine. Of course, our main focus when cooperating with Ukraine has been to support a reform-oriented agenda in Ukraine, support that these reforms are designed and carried out. We are supporting then this legislation and policy adjustment, supporting capacity building of the institutions who are carrying out these reforms, but also supporting other stakeholders, such as a private sector, such as NGOs. So you might find calls that are specifically addressed and funded from these programs that are directed at the SMEs or that are potentially directed at civil society or organizations. Just to give you an insight, in past years, of course, before the war, the average amount of funding that we were implementing together with Ukrainian counterparts was approximately 100 million euros per year. So those were coming from the NDICI or ENI funding. Certainly, the war has changed situation dramatically, and there is a lot more funding at the moment being directed towards Ukraine. Some of these figures you already heard yesterday. For instance, since beginning of the war, European Union has mobilized 67 billion euros. Some of it is in spending at the moment, some of this is in preparation, but this is the total amount that is at the moment pledged and sort of secured. 17 billion out of these 67 has been made available to the EU member states to support Ukrainians who are hosted under the temporary protection mechanism. So Ukrainian refugees who are in EU member states have been given resources to provide adequate support to Ukrainians here. 50 million euro have been made available by the EU member states and financial institutions to support Ukraine directly. And in particular, I'd like to highlight that 18 billion from these 50 have been made available in a way of macro-financial assistance to Ukraine, which is a very specific instrument. This is the money that goes directly to the budget of Ukraine. And it is very important because that allows Ukraine to sustain macroeconomic stability and allows to life and economy carry on even during these very difficult and complicated times when we see otherwise, of course, shrinking of the fiscal space, reduced economic activities and all the difficulties that we were speaking also yesterday for the private sector and economy. So now we have made first payments out of these 18 billion. 3 billion were paid in January, 1.5 were paid just last week to Ukraine, and further monthly 1.5 billion payments are going to come every month this year. I think it's important to highlight, so we have been working on this facility, but this is a loan. It's a long-term 35-year loan, which comes with no interest rate. So, or actually there is interest rate, but that interest rate is going to be paid by the European Union, and the repayment will only start 10 years from now. So it's highly favorable terms. Yet this loan also comes with certain agreements and conditions, which we have also discussed and negotiated with Ukraine. They may refer to the issues linked to the rule of law. They refer to the issues linked to the rule of law, good governance, anti-fraud, anti-corruption measures, and the measures geared towards strengthening Ukraine's institutions towards the European path. But I think what I wanted to say here is also that some of the conditions or some of the aspects that we're working on are also related to business environment, because we believe that better business regulation, better business environment is going to lead to investments and and then let's say the state funding assistance is not maybe going to be that much necessary. It's going to just generate and crowd in investments. So some of those reforms are, for instance, and probably all of you have heard of the deregulation efforts that Ukraine is carrying out. So this is part of that discussion. Also, some of the digitalization aspects of the government services are also part of our negotiations. And we also have a team of experts in place funded by the EU funding, who is also standby to support Ukrainian ministries to figure out, what are the best, what is the best course of action at the moment for this reforms in the business sector. So then, if I go to the more traditional project and program approach. For the cooperation in economy, support to private sector, this all has been fully revamped and adjusted as the war started. So we really took a time to rethink, what of this is relevant and urgent in the current circumstances. And I must say, some of it has continued. Just as an example, access to finance was as important before the war as it continues to be currently for the SMEs and companies. So in that sense, access to finance is maybe not a novelty, but we have maybe focused and reduced our efforts to few significant directions of support. So I could summarize the EU support strategy for the private sector in Ukraine with 3 directions. The first would be access to finance, second would be access to knowledge, and third would be access to markets. I think we might generally agree that these are really urgent and significant issues, and we are trying to advance and put our money in these directions. So maybe you, and probably you have heard of the EU for Business. This is our flagship program under which we have gathered a number of sub-components or sub-programs, or actually there are several projects under this big umbrella. So all these projects have been adjusted and now are supporting either these 3 directions or maybe some more specific elements, such as providing internally displaced businesses, those businesses that have moved from one place to another to resume their work. On the access to finance, I can just mention that there are also 2 types of funding that may be available for the SMEs and private sector. It could be either grant funding or it could be credit funding. So the grant funding we are providing through the EU for Business Initiative, and GIZ there is instrumental. We are working closely with DIA for Business, so we are using also Ukrainian structures to distribute this funding. So the calls are published on DIA for Business. The first round has been happening last year. We have paid out money, grants to the companies who have applied, who needed support in this difficult period. And the new calls are being prepared and going to be launched also this year. So follow DIA for Business. You will find certainly more calls. On the access to credits, we have been working closely with our 3 main, or now already 4 main, large international financing organizations who have been paving the way for this money to come to the Ukrainian companies. So these are usually, or these are in the case of Ukraine, European Investment Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, as well as German Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, KfW, and now most recently we have teamed up also with the Polish Development Bank, who has come on board, and they have made agreements with local Ukrainian banks who provide these EU guaranteed loans as we speak. So for example, Credo Bank is then cooperating specifically with the Polish Development Bank and is giving access to these subsidized loans and making them at the disposal of the Ukrainian companies. I've looked at the figures. I think we These loans have been provided to over 1,000 companies, and they are available as we speak. I mean, we're also thinking and planning some of the future actions. So the second direction is consultancy and support with the knowledge, access to knowledge to the companies. That's also where GIZ is fundamental. It's our partner. These consultancies are available on a number of sectors, or pretty much on all sectors that the companies might need. They are provided by international or Ukrainian experts on a top-notch knowledge wherever necessary for development or reorientation of the businesses. We have done also a lot of work on the emergency procurement of equipment for different companies. I will not list it, but those companies who were suffering from the consequences of the war, we have had the means together with GIZ to address these issues, and I think, you know, if there are ideas or needs, I think feel free to reach out to us or to GIZ to present what are the issues, and we'd be happy to look into this. I already mentioned that we work a lot on the policy reforms, and we continue that. We have several partners there, such as Better Regulation Delivery Office, for instance, who is also working closely with the government to support them on designing and implementing these structural reforms in the economy and private sector. And we have set up this technical assistance project at the moment, who's also standby to see if more needs to be done. And certainly I just wanted to say that the EU is committed to do what it takes to restore capacity of the Ukrainian private sector, to advance it forward, to help it go through the EU accession process, because that's going to be another huge period of transformation where the needs are going to be large, and we are already working on that. I just wanted to mention also that DG NEAR is hosting the secretariat of the donor coordination platform for reconstruction of Ukraine. So this secretariat is based in our directorate, and our Director General is a co-chair of this secretariat, who together with other G7 countries and IFIs are currently thinking about the way forward, and also together with Ukraine on how the reconstruction process is going to be organized, and what this new instrument that's going to specifically address the post-war reconstruction is going to look like and run like. So so these are the key means and directions, and I'd be happy to hear also in our discussion today what more needs are there, and what areas we need to address. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present to you, and I thank you very much for your attention, and give floor to Anna to continue the EU story with the EU-German cooperation. Right. Thank you.
Can I
So Anna, actually, you now present specific calls as well. So on behalf of DG NEAR, we are running very late. So there are apologies, but I think we have still speakers, and I think it's very informative to everyone. So we continue. Anna, please go ahead.
Okay, I have to click it. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, so I'm pleased also to be here in person on behalf of Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. For the audience, the organization as GIZ is working in more than 140 countries all over the world, and had the office in Kiev from 1993. And working basically on public administration reforms, sustainable economical development, employment, also governance and democracy, energy efficiency, and climate change migration. So actually here I'm on behalf of the German government and European Union. We are implementing the program utilization and implementation of the association agreement between European Union and Ukraine, SME competitiveness and internationalization of small and medium-sized enterprises in the field of trade, in Ukraine to create better conditions for Ukrainian citizens and also SMEs development, innovation promotion, enabling professional and economical growth. Our main partner is the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine and other institutions responsible for the implementation of the National Export Strategy of Ukraine, Association Agreement, and also including the deep and comprehensive free trade area in strengthening the regulatory and administrative capacities for trade and export promotion. Actually, we are working in the field. I am basically physically located in Lviv, and we are cooperating with small and medium-sized enterprises, clusters, business intermediate organizations, also DIA business. Actually, I just came back from Warsaw, where we had a joint event of the West Ukrainian fashion industry cluster in cooperation with DIA business in Warsaw and Chamber of Commerce in Poland to promote Ukrainian brands on EU markets in the light industry, and this event was really, really successful. So with all-out invasion of the Russian Federation on February 24th, led to a restructuring of the program's activities, and the program supported its partners with emergency measures, as already Janja said, and also, for example, integrating relocated businesses and persons into value chains for most affected areas. Also, we did a procurement as a supporting measures of needed equipment, and also we provide capacity measures on different levels for small and medium-sized enterprises to increase their innovation capacities and also to implement their own investment idea. The program also actually support the cluster development through the Ukraine. And within this framework, the program aims at fostering Ukrainian business clusters with capacity building measures, consultancy, and subsidy schemes. The program has already developed the inventory of Ukrainian clusters and conducted qualitative survey of the needs and use the results to design and implement the measures. So actually, we did a lot for the past period, and a lot of work in front of us. We provided 3 waves of the training program on cluster management. We also successfully implemented 3 calls of proposals for clusters. We conducted international exchange dialogue events for the SMEs and cluster representatives to exchange of their knowledge, instruments, and successful stories. Since the start of the all invasion of Ukraine has been in the grip of war. This situation not only hinders further development of trade knowledge of the organizations and companies and foreign investment in local businesses, but also caused the enterprises to abandon or to relocate their businesses. And for sure, it also affecting the clusters as well. But the armed conflict has not only brought suffering, but with the status an EU membership candidate and a huge investment for the country, also a window of opportunities for modernizing Ukrainian organizations, institutions, and its economy. It's important to rebuild value chains and maintain trade, and the EU for Business program offers a range of support instruments, such as grant scheme you can see on our screen. So actually, we already announced the call for the grants for SMEs to focus on survival and resilience in the new market conditions. So we encourage EU and Ukrainian companies to explore and use a number of EU-supported business matchmaking platforms. You also can see them here in the slide, to maintain business together and also to go in a synergy. So this is very important, not only to conduct a matchmaking. It's important to communicate, to get each other much more better, where we can go together, where our strengths, where our rooms for improvement, and also to develop hard and soft skills, namely to understand the market, to understand the regulatory processes and certification and etc. So actually we are here in the field for you. I mean the Ukrainian delegation here, actually our EU for Business program supported financially 12 representatives of Ukrainian clusters who are participating here with us today. And I wish you a really, really successful matchmaking and pitching, so to find your partners and to conclude partnership agreements. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. I think we continue with presentations, even if it can seem to be tiring, but we wanted to have this session in order to bring all together information and consolidate the opportunity. So we continue with Christian Bülling, who is the head of Innovation Hub in Germany in the framework of the European Institute of Technology. Christian, the floor is yours. And then we have Alessandro Tappi, online Chief Investment Officer for European Investment Fund, and Olena Voloshyna from International Finance Corporation, member of the World Bank for Ukraine, who are waiting very patiently, and we thank them still online. Christian, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm going to present a sectorial approach on manufacturing under the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. You have heard that already from Natalia before. It's part of the Horizon Europe program. We are in the transfer activities, so bringing, let's say, research result into the market. And so our sector is manufacturing. You may have seen that logo already in connection to other activities, food, health, and so on. So that means if you are interested in other than manufacturing, also contact me, and I'm here all the day. I can establish all the contacts. So what are we doing as EIT manufacturing? So we have mainly activities in three areas, and that's our so-called knowledge triangle. So we are talking about innovation in the sense that we take up the research results that are mainly produced by Horizon Europe activities and support them to reach the market. So this is what we want to achieve. That's our focus, so that all the good results are really brought to, let's say, to the market and are available as a product. To do that, we have calls. I will briefly present that later on, what opportunities we will have. The second one is business creation, so existing startups or newly created startups that need support in reaching to the, let's say, customers in the manufacturing field in our case. And here we have established a lot of collaborations that we take up those startups that are, let's say, have first solutions available, are commercially successful in a regional environment, and then they need to grow on a European base. So this is our strength. We have 7 locations across Europe, so we have this deep knowledge on the different areas. We have the collaboration partners there that we can really make a difference. And the third one is education, and here it's on higher education, like higher EIT, higher education initiative, but it's also on reskilling, upskilling of workers, of workforce. And you may have heard about the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative. That's one of the flagship activities that has been launched. Also to reskill and upskill workers. So, and of course, below that, we have a lot of specific activities for manufacturing sector. So if you're interested, we are always there to help you. Also to highlight that, I mean, it's an institutionalized partnership within the EIT. And it means we have, on the one hand, the public funding from the EIT, from the European Commission. On the other hand, we have our partner network that is also contributing through membership fees, through co-funding in projects. So that means here we have our core partners. In addition, we have another 200 partners that are mainly SMEs. And you can see it's a balance between industry on the one hand side and universities, RTOs on the other hand. Yeah? So that means it's really bridging between industry, academia, research, and bring those results into the market. And that's an important thing to know. And we are also building our innovation ecosystem, of course. I mean, starting on the European level with EFRA, so that is responsible also for the Made in Europe partnership for the research activities in manufacturing. But then also on CECIMO, the Machine Tool Builders Association, Gaia-X, so manufacturing data spaces is an important topic, and then going into the regions, so up to IDEUM, for example, an Irish SME industry cluster. Yeah, we are collaborating with and we are connecting with each other to really bring benefit to the manufacturing sector and also to establish a broad network and provide access to as many partners as possible to our activities. And you also see the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. We started our collaboration last year in mid of the year, and I think it was quite successful to start with. To also through EIT we could have access to additional funding schemes specifically for Ukrainian organization and individuals. You have seen some of those examples in the presentation of Natalia. And specifically for EIT manufacturing, I'm very happy that we have a person that will start from 1st of April to really support EIT manufacturing in connecting the Ukrainian manufacturing ecosystem to the European manufacturing ecosystem and bring the corporates, the individuals into our activities. And you know that person very well. She was on the stage yesterday and presented enthusiastically the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, and it's Olga Trofimova. So from 1st of April, she will implement EIT manufacturing activities as manager Ukraine, and she will connect the Ukrainian ecosystem with the European one. So, and I think this is a very important first step to get things up and running. In our case, specifically for manufacturing. So, having a very brief look on our call activities. So, as I said, innovation is for us really bridging the gap between research and the market. And what we are looking for is high potential and breakthrough innovations. And we need the companies and we need the individuals, the entrepreneurs that are really willing to take it to the market. That's the requirement. And we also want to see that it's broad, that has an opportunity to being broadly used. That means we expect at least two end users in our projects that act as a pilot customers in that area. So that means here we also have opportunities to connect to Ukrainian companies that can act as a pilot customer for new technologies in manufacturing. So, and as you can see, there is a website available where all the calls planning is published for the year 23 and even going beyond to 25, up to 25. And so the first call that will be open is the innovation call. We have a total budget of roughly 5.5 million for this first call. There will be other calls coming up, of course, and it will launch already next week. It will close in 2 months, and the projects are foreseen to be started in January 2024. So it's a quite also tight timeline, also including evaluation and all the paperwork to be done. But here we have a first opportunity to really connect also the Ukrainian organizations to the manufacturing ecosystem. We have education, as I said. We have innovation entrepreneurship programs. There we have a smaller budget available, but also a regular call open to all type of organizations that will be launched in May. Yeah? And we always have a 2-month period of duration for the calls. Another opportunity is our business creation activities, and here we have a specific path for bridging the gap or bridging between startups and corporates. So we have competitions, and you see it's a prize in the end that corporates submit challenges to us. Yeah. So what are the needs? What are the technology challenges? What are the needs for further development in manufacturing towards all the missions you have heard today? And then we are seeking for the startups that are being able to implement those or providing a solution and being able to implement that. And it's a competition, it's with a jury, and there we have then cash prizes of 20, 30K as a co-financing to the proof of concept. So this is a very practical approach that we get things into the market. And then you have seen this RIS. That means RIS means Regional Innovation Scheme. That's also a specific program for those countries that has or need to innovate or increase their innovation capacity. And here we have also another call to be open in May. That is specifically for SMEs and startups from RIS eligible countries. So there, of course, then we have opportunities that you don't need to compete with Germany, with France, and all the, let's say, strong manufacturing company ecosystems that exist in Central Europe. And here we have then those specific calls. And this was just a very brief overview. So, I mean, we have much more calls to be open during the coming years. But just to highlight some and give you an insight, okay, what areas we are dealing with. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I'm also available all day for any kind of talk.
Thank you, Christian. We move now to Luxembourg. Alessandro Tappi, Chief Investment Officer from the European Investment Fund. He should be online. Alessandro? Alessandro, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you if...
I think it's the...
Yeah, no, we can hear you. It's super.
Yeah.
Please, the floor is
someone
yours.
there that had to click and unmute. Good morning, everybody. Yes, as you said, I'm from the European Investment Fund, part of the EIF group. EIF is the risk-taker arm of the group for SMEs. So 2 words about what we do. We have a guarantee activity and an equity activity. Both of these activities are intermediated, so we work with financial institutions, banks, lenders on the debt side, equity funds on the equity side. So we never take a direct exposure to one SME, but the mission of the EIF is to support SMEs. So here I will be focusing on the debt products, both because it is a product that is more immediately deployable in the current situation with immediate effects on the real economy, and because we have an existing activity in Ukraine that has been deployed in the past, as I was saying. So the debt product for SMEs is a loan portfolio guarantee. So we provide a guarantee over an envelope of new loans to be granted to SMEs with full delegation to the financial institution after having done due diligence in terms of assessment, quality of the credit process, the financial benefits that the bank is prepared to pass on to the SMEs. So the beauty of it is that once we've done...
Sorry to interrupt you. You are not sharing your screen at the moment. Can you please...
Not yet. So before going to the slides, I was saying what are the products, and on the debt products is now I should be sharing the screen, and we will get there soon. Not yet.
Yes, it's fine. Okay, we have it.
Okay, so now touching on the debt products, I was saying it's a portfolio guarantee. Portfolio guarantee is a delegated model where...
Alessandro, if you can speak closer to your microphone, because we have just noise here.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. So we give a guarantee for 100 million, just for sake of the argument, to a financial institution. The financial institution then can grant the new loans to the SMEs, to their clients, without having an EIF individual approval of the loans. That's the delegation principle. And of course, we are doing this based on certain criteria for the loans to be eligible. Now, the EIF, as I was saying, has been operating in Ukraine for some years. We started in 2016. It is actually the EIB group. These are joint operations that we do together with EIB. And we've been working with 4 banks in Ukraine. You see the names there. The total envelope that we have been able to produce in terms of lending to SMEs is about 400 million, with mainly 2 activities. One is the Infant Guarantee, part of the Horizon program, and the other is the DCFTA that has Ukraine as the main geographical focus. There are 2 elements that I should highlight here on why we do this. There is a financial advantage for the SME borrowers because the loans are granted with a guarantee from the EIF. It is very cheap or even for free, and therefore the SME benefits from this guarantee given by the EIF, can give less collateral to the bank. There is a reduction in the interest rate, and risky clients that will not be financed can also be financed. These 3 elements often come together as a package. The advantages for the banks that need to have a motivation to enter into this contracts is that they get credit protection on half of the exposure, typically guarantee 50%, sometimes more. There is a capital relief for banks, and of course the guarantee of the EIF is a AAA guarantee. Now, coming to the now, we just increased the total amount of loans that can be extended to SMEs through the existing network of partner banks by another 125 million. This is out of the existing guarantee facility, so now it's fully committed. And we also introduced a new feature, important new feature, which is to support trade finance. So payment via letters of credit and not just guarantee for a cash loan, because this is what the market has indicated as being the most important issue. So SMEs not being able to pay suppliers need to be guaranteed in order for the supplier to be comfortable and supply the services. Now, I'll jump to the conclusion to the statement you see. There is too little what we can do, what we have done. Far too little compared to the financial needs of the Ukrainian SMEs, and I'm not only talking SMEs. Now, looking ahead, we've been in discussion with the Commission, and just before it was mentioned that the EU for Business program. So we would expect, if things go well, that by mid-23, so fairly soon, there will be a successor of the CFTA program, now named Business, with a budget of indicatively 40 million. I'm not in control of this number. It's in the hands of the Commission, of course. With this, we could do probably something like 200 plus million total loans. The focus is not only Ukraine, but Ukraine is clearly the most relevant part of this intervention. It's important to look at the leverage, what we call the leverage. So for each euro that we put at work, each euro of public money, we achieve 6 to 7 euros of loans guarantees, which is important, especially in a situation of an extraordinary stretch, which is what the Ukraine is. There have been also discussions on a similar product to support export credit agencies. In this case, it's looking at the side of the European SMEs that want to export to Ukraine, and of course have concerns in terms of ability of the importer to Ukraine. So with this, we hope we will be able to put together a product similar to the trade finance I mentioned before, where the SME exporter
Alessandro,
by
I
protection
think we need
from
to. Alessandro,
credit
I think
agency.
we need to wrap up because we have very bad connection. We have noise.
Okay.
In the, so please
Okay,
wrap up.
in any case, the SME can claim under the credit insurance, and therefore there is more, say, ability for the exporters to go to Ukraine with their products. And here's the conclusion. So even if you don't hear me well, I'm sure you can read. We are ready to support the Ukrainian real economy, and we do have the products to do so quite quickly. Unfortunately, the public resources that are available are not sufficient, are far too small compared to the challenges that we face in supporting the SME segment and building Ukraine. So this is the plea from me and on behalf of the group. If we want to be meaningful and impactful, there is a major effort that has to be made in terms of resources.
Alessandro, thank you very much. You couldn't be more explicit with this slide. There's not enough, definitely, even if we have so much funding available already. Alessandro, thank you very much for your connection. I'm happy yesterday from Kiev we had much better connection than with Luxembourg. But
I'm sorry for that.
Hi, Alexander. Thank you very much. And we move to Olena Voloshina from International Finance Corporation, which is member of the World Bank. Olena, the floor is yours. I don't know if Olena is in Washington or she's in Switzerland. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know.
But we can hear you, and no noise. This is
okay. You can hear me.
We can hear you.
But
yeah.
I cannot share my screen for some reason.
Yes, we can see you now.
Can you see now?
Yes, we can see you.
You can see me, but not my screen. That's okay.
If you can,
I'll just talk because we don't have too much time.
Yeah.
Let me start by saying that I was really hoping to be in Kosice in person.
If you can put in slideshow mode only, if you manage. If not, we can go like this.
Okay. I was really hoping to be in Kosice in person. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to because of logistical issues. And the second reason that makes me very happy is to hear that there is a lot of support that is going to the Ukrainian, especially SMEs. So I'm really glad that I joined this session because the gist of my presentation was really about the private sector. IFC is part of the World Bank, with the mandate of which is to develop the private sector. We are the only financial institution which is focused exclusively on the private sector issues. And what I wanted to say was that the massive invasion of Russia in Ukraine caused significant contraction in the private sector activity. The private sector of Ukraine turned out to be quite amazing. It demonstrated its resilience, ability to continue operating, ability to preserve jobs, to pay taxes, to finance the war, and also to help the communities. But the private sector needs support. And unfortunately, only 1% of the total financial support that Ukraine receives today is going towards the private sector. IFC, as I said, is the part of the World Bank which is tasked to develop the private sector. We have been standing by Ukraine through all these months. We continued providing financing to Ukraine, a total of $150 million of financing. The bulk of it was supporting export and import operations through, we work with 5 banks, 3 state-owned banks and 2 private banks. We also provided financing for purchase of critical imports like gasoline and fuel to a private sector client, production of essential goods to another private sector client, a pork producer in Ukraine. We supported a private equity fund with $30 million worth of funding. And we also provided up to $60 million of funding to a large international grain trader in support of the Ukraine's contribution to the food security agenda. In December 2022, our board endorsed a package, a $2 billion package called Economic Resilience for Action for Ukraine, or ERA, which is targeted to support Ukrainian private sector within the years 2023-2024. The package is going to be structured pari passu, $1 billion of IFC's own account and $1 billion of concessional finance from the developmental partners. IFC is very well positioned to deliver financing support to the private sector in Ukraine because we have a 30-year investment track record in Ukraine. We had more than 3 billion of long-term commitments to the Ukrainian private sector, and we also are one of the largest implementers of blended concessional finance program with 20 years of track record. As I said, the private sector was severely hit. In 2022, GDP contracted by 35%. The World Bank conducted a special analytical piece called Rapid Needs Assessment program. The first one was done in December, and there was recently an update. And they estimated financing needs for Ukraine's rebuild were revised from original $350 billion to $450. So the amounts we're talking are enormous. EBA, European Business Association, has recently conducted a study on the impact on the private sector. And that study, the survey, demonstrated that 83% of EBA members experienced a drop in their business performance. 40% experienced direct losses, and 25% lost assets due to occupation. So the needs are enormous, and the support that is needed is also enormous. And IFC is trying to play one of the leading roles through its ERA program. ERA program will be phased. During phase 1, which is while the war is still ongoing, we will be focusing on critical sectors and suppliers, mostly providing them with access to working capital. Trade finance will continue and expand, and we will be focusing on food security and agribusiness. There is a lot of work in support of IDPs and municipalities. We agreed with our European partners to repurpose $50 million of the grant funding originally earmarked for energy efficiency program is now being utilized by municipalities for transforming municipal buildings into temporary housing for IDPs. And that work is already ongoing. We have already renovated some of the buildings in Lviv, in Irpin, and other cities are coming. We're also going to be focusing on vital infrastructure. Now, during phase 2, this would be the post-war reconstruction and recovery. The funding is going to go towards rebuilding of infrastructure, cities and housing, transport and logistics, energy transition, and digital infrastructure. And we will also be supporting the Ukrainian banking sector, which again has proven to be quite resilient, but we understand that the banks are going to need capital and the banks would need help in dealing with distressed assets. We are also not giving up. Instead, we're expanding our advisory programs. These programs are mostly focused on agribusiness, financial sector, and digital. Investment products that are available to Ukrainian private sector companies during the first phase are predominantly guarantees, working capital, and risk-sharing facilities with banks. And we are in discussions with several banks on the risk-sharing facility that would allow banks to target more small and medium-sized companies. CapEx support would be limited and selective, mostly for business relocation and critical infrastructure repairs and expansion. This is the slide that shows what we have done in Ukraine so far. When the war started, our outstanding portfolio was at $300 million, and we had more than 50 advisory engagements in Ukraine. We also started working with the municipalities. We partnered with Mariupol, Zaporizhzhia, Kryvyi Rih in helping them to switch to greener urban transport. PPPs was another big area for IFC before the war. We helped the government of Ukraine structure the first 2 port concessions together with EBRD. And during the war, we also signed a memorandum of understanding with the government in Ukraine that IFC is becoming a strategic advisor to the government in terms of bringing the private sector through PPP instruments, but not limited to that. And that work has already started. I think I'm going to stop here in the interest of time. This is the team that is working on Ukraine. The team is based in Vienna, but we are available 24/7 online. Everyone can have access to my email. If you have a concrete proposal, if you want to discuss cooperation, just shoot me an email. I'd be happy to have a virtual call with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we can give an applause to all the presentations we went through, and this is kind of a marathon, but we wanted to overwhelm with all the possibilities that we have. And I have with me Andriy Diligac, who is from the European Cluster, Ukrainian Cluster Alliance.
European
also. Cluster as well. Also, yes, European and Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. You're working in Ukraine. You heard a lot about this. What are your takeaways from this funding opportunity?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you all of you for your outstanding support of Ukraine. But I'll speak not only as a member of Ukrainian cluster of Alliance of Clusters, but also as a head of business coalition in Ukraine. We united more than 95 business unions in Ukraine. Also, I'm an author of National Economic Strategy of Ukraine and advisor to Ukraine Invest. And I will speak maybe a bit controversially, but I'd like to start with the formula which was elaborated in London in May 2022. That formula included 4 main points for Ukrainian reconstruction. First of all, start now means a year ago, not after the victory. Second one, not to recover but modernize Ukraine. Third point, Ukrainian leadership means Ukrainian vision of this reconstruction and modernization process. And fourth, very important point for me, inclusivity. Yanis, you told that you are working with government, with BRDO, which is very close to government. It's true, but Ukraine structurized it a bit in different way because we have a very strong civil society, but civil society is not included in modernization and recovery process still. It is why that formula with inclusivity meant that for sure European institutions, financial institutions, international institutions do not want to transfer money to Ukrainian government because of corruption perception. From the other hand, Ukrainian government consider that should be responsible 100% for the reconstruction by themselves and expect money from you. It is why we propose to make, instead of this dichotomy, triangle, including civil society and Ukrainian business into this formula, means jointly with Ukrainian institutions and Ukrainian business associations and civil society can realize anti-corruption agenda. And jointly with Ukrainian government we can realize also the Ukrainian vision of modernization and reconstruction. So my first request to you, please see the Ukrainian business and the Ukrainian civil society, which is structured in another way, not by European organization like eBay and others in Ukraine. We have another structure. It's the first point. Second point, for sure, insufficient funds. And thank you to Alexander for his last slide. In accordance with our research, Ukrainian business needs more than $20 billion per year. Next 3 years, we need approximately $55 billion for realization of existing projects. Not thousands, not millions, but billions. For sure, we are insufficient in these funds inside of Ukraine, so the only possibility is to have collaboration with international institutions. Imagine that in accordance with international practice, after such conflicts which we have now in Ukraine, we should obtain during the next 10 years approximately 25% yearly of Ukrainian pre-war GDP. This means that we should obtain approximately $50 billion per year as a country in grants, loans, etc. But we have the very low level of for foreign direct investments even before the war. The real foreign investments was approximately $1 billion per year, but we need 20 again. We understand that despite of mega involved now in process of ensuring such investments, the biggest amount we can consider are the grants and loans from European and international institutions. But it's not only the way how we need your help. Ukrainian clusters and Ukrainian business also needs technological help and technology transfers and export promotion and export possibility. Jointly with European and international institutions, we can realize Ukrainian export programs. We still a very open economy in Ukraine, but we still do not have enough possibilities in European markets and other markets where European companies are very successful. For example, in African market, which is very prospective for Ukraine. Third point is reputation. Many times in discussions with investors around the world, I heard the following, and it was surprising for me last month. It is about Ukrainian corruption. For sure, perception of Ukrainian corruption around the world is overestimated. Ukraine is not so corrupted country as we now has a reputation around the world. But European institutions and our global partners during the last 30 years realized wrong strategy on Ukrainian anti-corruption agenda. Because we were concentrated on building anti-corruption institutions. 30 years we built anti-corruption institutions, but we still have corruption in the country. This means that it was a wrong approach. The source of Ukrainian corruption is economic system, which is still post-Soviet and not appropriate to the current challenges. Yanis, also you told about deregulation in Ukraine. It's a very important issue. We are not so successful still there, but there are several more important things which are not supported now by European Union in Ukraine. The highest priority is taxation reform in Ukraine, because taxation system is the main source of corruption in Ukraine. So we extremely need your help to realize anti-corruption taxation reform, which is absolutely ready for implementation. It will help us to decrease Ukrainian budget deficit, but still we don't have support from you. Please consider help in this approach. Then I'm going back to reputation. What international business consider about Ukraine now? War and corruption, war and corruption. And I asked that investors who are very familiar with the real situation in Ukraine, and they said me that they do understand that it's not so huge corruption. It's for sure possible for international companies to realize business in Ukraine, but they told me, look, if I will invest in Ukraine now, my partners who consider that Ukraine is very corrupted will think that I took part in this corruption. So we need your help to promote Ukraine as a country which is good for investment even now. Because I'm sure, and our business society and our cluster alliance absolutely sure that Ukraine will be the next big thing for Europe. As Poland, as Baltic countries, as Czech Republic in previous periods. So thank you for your support, and let's continue. Thank you.
Let me thank you, all the speakers. We are very much late in our agenda, so we will need to finish. If you can put the last slide to conclude on what we are saying, you can download as well the main web page of our funding and tenders, which we have on. There are all programs there. So this is the main page. Some people are saying, "Oh, you have so many programs. How we can find this information?" This is the web page. This is the web page where you can find all the programs you have heard about, and we have direct management directly from European Commission, indirect management through our agencies, and shared management is mainly funding from the cohesion policy. So if you go, please, could you switch the slide if I have to? Yeah, okay, thanks. So this is all overview of the programs. You go inside, you have all details, and you have calls there. So this is the main for next 3, 4, 5 years of our multi-annual financial framework. And there's next slide, please. And next slide is exactly about the cohesion programs. If you go to this web page, you can go in depth to each operational program, including the ones which were shown by Johan, and then you can see as well different calls to be launched. So these 2 web pages are key web pages for funding, very useful, and I encourage you to do so. And the last slide, I recall something that we put already at the European Cluster Conference in 2020. Clusters can be used, that funding can be used through clusters, where we have third party funding. It can be with clusters, particularly in Horizon. You bring together universities, researchers with clusters. By clusters, you organize the funding. In 3 weeks' time, we will have growth talks on private funding, which I encourage you to follow. And then for clusters, as we had the specific measures like we have in operational programs. So clusters are very much useful for implementing EU strategies with the funding that is available. I thank you very much for the patience. I thank you very much to all panelists. I think I hope the content of the session compensated the time that you needed to spend longer than it was needed. I apologize for this, and we continue with the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think it was really important as well and interesting. So that's why we decided to make some changes in the program. So we will start now with the pitching session. Thank you very much. It would be a bit challenging, but I think it was really worthy to have this big overview. I will ask you, all the participants in the pitching session have been informed about the order. So one more challenge for today is I was informed that you will have like 5 minutes to present your slides, but now in order to fit in the program, because there is no chance to move the matchmaking session as many people are also online, we will need to make the time in 3 minutes. So I thank you in advance for that. And I'm happy to present the first participant in the pitching session, Martina. So please, Martina, come. I will not be introducing you because you will be introducing. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to having me. Martina Legal-Malakova, the president of Industry Innovation Cluster. As I have only 3 minutes, I will. Yes. So, Industry Innovation Cluster is 6 years old. And what is really our success, it is that we are established with our Minister of Informatization, Gaia X Up Slovakia. As you know, Gaia X, it is a European initiative in data economy, data-driven economy, and we are really well established in this initiative, and we make a lot of projects. We have 2 pillars in our cluster. The first pillar is global advocacy. We are part of a Committee of Digital Economy Policies at OECD. We represent, I'm also vice chair at SME committee at business at OECD. We will have a ministerial meeting this June at OECD with our minister, so I think that also Ukraine will be there. And we make also activities in Business Europe, so all Data Act, I Act, and all these activities. What is interesting for you, it is that we are part of the consortia. We create the bridge, we create the platforms, we shape the ideas, and we are part and we are awarded in several projects. For example, now I work on recovery plan. It is our Slovak recovery plan, the consortium where I have Fraunhofer, Slovak Technical University, and this is a really a big project. This is our last year project, so we have a lot of success about it. And I think what we propose and our expectation, it is that really to build together our sustainability and our competitiveness of our society where we live. 3 minutes? Okay, so this is my contact, and sorry, I had to leave.
Thank you so much. So basically, the idea is that after this pitching session, I mean, this is just really like opening the door for creating more opportunities and contacts. So thank you very much. You will continue afterwards with the meetings and matchmaking. Thank you. And now, Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Hi for everyone. I am Tatiana Vorontsova. I am a head of Resources Center of Medical Clusters of Ukraine Clusters Alliance, and representative all members, all clusters, medical clusters of Ukraine. We included 6 medical clusters, all part of Ukraine. You see west, center, south and east part of Ukraine, and community hospitals, universities, manufacturing, and competence is a field of medicine. What we offer the access to community of medicine and health in Ukraine. We offer networking, matchmaking in our hospitals, our medics, and collaboration in the reconstruction of Ukraine in innovations like smart clinics, digital health, digitalization, robotics, etc. And what we are looking, it's the main part which we want to say for you, for Europe. We have many topics to develop in Ukrainian medicine, and you are welcome for every one of this topic to you. And now we represent 2 topics only. We're looking for partnership to creation and innovation training center for simulation medicine, pre-medical assistance, be safe, because any part is a very important knowledge to our people in Ukraine. You know, we have a war at any part of Ukraine, any corner is not quiet. That's why all people in Ukraine need this knowledge to survive. And next project is a partnership to rehabilitation. You know, many people in Ukraine survive from war, not military but civilian, not elderly people but childhood. They need to new rehabilitation, innovation center of rehabilitation. We need to build them in Ukraine. We need to start to produce this manufacturing, this prosthesis in Ukraine. We need to mental health for our people and to teach in our multidisciplinary command in rehabilitation. And also secondary rehabilitation with public-private partnership. We need to develop this topic much more. That's why you see the tape in my hand. It's a story of It's a sensitive story to me because I am an instructor of tactical combat casualty care and learn for 9 years the soldiers to survive. And I taught 10 seconds. I taught one soldier, Andrei, in 2016, and he's the best combat medic. And in 2022, he had injury in defending Kiev. And he survived because he had his knowledge. And when I met him in the Donetsk region 3 months ago, he returned to army. He have his prothese on the right leg, and he said, "I'm fine. I'm also defend my country. It is my duty. And always I want to feel my leg." That's why it's a great opportunities and great challenge for me and for all our medical clusters to find this innovation prothesis to Ukraine, to bring the innovation of medicine for Ukraine. And we say for you, for Europe, help us for your resources, help us for your expertise, help us for partnership. You're welcome to Ukraine. To the country is the center of Europe. Glory for Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this. Due to the lack of timing, I didn't introduce that we will be having presentations from a couple of sectors. So it's health, agri-food, textile, energy, smart city, industry 4.0, digital, defense, machinery, and social economy. So now we have started with the health. So I would like to welcome on the floor Barbara. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Barbara Liptakova. I work as a business specialist at Kosice New Industry Cluster. And in today's presentation, I would like to shortly introduce you to our cluster. So CNIC, or Kosice New Industry Cluster, is a consortium of partners from the public and private sector, but most importantly, it is a strategy for economic, social, and technological development of the Kosice region. So it was formally established in 2021. Here you can see our founding members. So they come from the academic sector, industrial sector, and we also have regional political authorities among our founding members. You may or may not know this, but Eastern Slovakia lags behind other regions of Slovakia significantly. Eastern Slovakia contributes only 14% to the country's GDP in comparison with Western Slovakia that contributes as much as 70%. So this definitely needs to change. That's why we decided to establish this cluster. And our underlying objective is to create new industry, knowledge-based industry in the region based on close collaboration between academia, industry, and with the strong support of regional political authorities. One of our greatest added values is that we have managed to create R&D centers of excellence. And these centers focus on research in 3 topics, which you can see here in the table. That is biomedicine and progressive materials, green and digital technologies, and quantum and information technologies. These teams were assembled by putting together the greatest minds that we have here in our universities and Slovak Academy of Scientists. And they conduct highly interdisciplinary research. Through these centers, we collaborate with industry, but not only through them, of course. So far, we have signed several partnership agreements with leading high-tech companies in the region, including Global Logic, Siemens Healthineers, or Deutsche Telekom. And we are very open to enter into discussions with any company that is interested in working with us. So please, if you're interested, feel free to approach me and we can discuss this in more details. So in addition to offering the partnerships in projects, basically mainly in EU projects. We offer the industry our know-how in the application of state aid for the commercial sector. This means that we can provide companies with access to top-notch R&D infrastructure, which has great benefits for the companies because they don't need to look for and hire R&D staff. They don't need to buy expensive technologies, expensive devices. They can, by means of commercial lease, realize their innovation projects with us. We do this all in order to increase the capacity of investment projects, to attract new companies to the region and to create new companies in the region. And as I have mentioned before, we are also eager to establish innovation activities, cross-border innovation activities. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. This is our motto, technology-driven, human-oriented. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to inform that all presentations from today's pitching sessions, not only from the previous sessions, will be uploaded on the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. So the link will be shared as well as photos will be shared. So please don't, from next week, you can find all the contacts, all the presentations there. So without further delay, let's move to the agri-food sector. And I would like to welcome on the floor Bogdan. Please, Bogdan, are you here? In the meantime, I'll ask the rest who knows the order, please be more closer because we are running out of time. Thank you. Bogdan, the floor is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I will be very shortly. You know that agri-food in Ukraine is the most important sector. In 2021, agri-food accounted more than 47% of our country exports. Now, due to the war, we have a very big problem with our lands. They are mined. We have extremely complicated logistics. Farmers and producers are unprofitable. But we are moving forward and creating new models for development of agri-food sectors. And I want to say that during 2022 year, logistics and export integration with Europe increased more than 2 times, with the support of our partners from Slovakia, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, and Bulgaria. And today I want to present you the projects that are necessary for the development of cluster interaction of Ukraine with our main partners and another countries of European Union. Firstly, about export and logistics hub. Our goals include assistance in establishing export sales. And also we want to develop in logistics support. We want to reduce the cost of logistics transportation in accordance with shipment volumes. And what we want, we are looking for stable partners in these countries. We are looking for owners of warehouses in Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. And we are looking for experts who understand different IT solutions in warehouse systems. Also, I want to say about value-added chains project. This is a strategic initiative to diversify the country agroeconomic and to reduce influence on sectors impacted by military. Our goal is to identify global agri-food niches and build new value-added chains in Ukraine. We are looking also for people's experts who can help us. We are calling experts who have already built successful added value chains, and we ask them to share their knowledge and expertise and tell us how to do this in Ukraine. Also, the third main project is rapid response centers. This is about fast and high quality services. Rapid response centers can operate on local, regional, and national levels, ensuring coordination and cooperation between different services, authorities, and organizations. But we can't do this alone. We need co-financing to make this project bigger. We need your help. We make sure that small and medium-sized businesses have the resources that need to be succeed. And we also could share our specialized between agri-food clusters in European Union. Also, we have another small project, but 3 minutes, so very shortly. Agri-cluster Western Policia. This is about improving labor quality in rural areas. Agri-cluster about on the ways of the Tripilian ancient mother aims to develop small communities and involve tourism organization in Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania. We are also very strong in poultry and agri-food analytics. Contact us now. Let us help you, us, to be successful in agribusiness. And we will do this together. Also, thanks European clusters for today networking, Europe and Slovakia for support of our country, and Armed Force of Ukraine for possibility to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bogdan. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to the textiles industry, and I would like to welcome Elvira Moldovan on the floor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Elvira Moldovan, and I'm proud to represent Ukraine today and to represent energy transition program Burstin Plus. We have developed this program as Ukraine has obligated to implement statements of 70 Sustainable Development Goals, also Paris Agreement and European Green Deal. And however, Russian terrorists have been destroying Ukrainian energy infrastructure. The program is named after the energy town Burstin, which is well known as Energy Gates to Europe. And program provides association of 7 local communities, which has to achieve 3 strategy goals. The first goal provides development of alternative green energy, including a solar station, wind station, probably even gravity installation and so on. The next goal is aimed to achievement of economic effects. It means that local business will development will improve, and local budgets will receive more revenues from local business. And the last but not the least goal means that we want to change energy mantle. It provides that utilities company will sell services, not kilowatts, and population will save energy more than before. To achieve these 3 goals, we suggest, we propose a set of projects. The main important are represented in the slide. You can see that they include energy audit, ecological transport, energy cooperation inside of 7 local communities, energy management, energy innovation, and so on, so on, so on. We extremely suppose that the program allow us to achieve energy independence and safety of local communities. And local business will be developed better and will pay more taxes in local budgets and in state budgets. Also, we believe that carbon emissions will reduce, obviously, and thus we're looking for partners whose experience, whose knowledge, whose support, or even technical and scientific aid will help us to develop Ukraine and will help us to become full part of Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate, I mean, I'll keep saying it, I really appreciate the effort that you make for the shorter time, so thank you very much for this effort. And now please, Vladimir, it's your turn. Welcome on the floor.
Dear participants of this very important meeting, I am grateful to the organizers of the forum for the innovation and opportunity to present of our initiative program. Our team consists of the clusters, associations, and public organizations. The Association International Road Carriers and the Ukrainian Transport Union are the biggest organization of private transport operators in Ukraine, which I represent. Thank you. From the first days of the war, the transport infrastructure began to suffer losses. At the same time, 30% of the money paid by drivers of diesel vehicles, including public transport, are sent to Russia, which continues to kill Ukrainians using their funds. This must be stopped through a deep modernization of the sector, not just doing a simple industry recovery. Last slide. Excuse me.
The green one, yes.
Excuse me. Among the high-level goals of the government are stated institutement creation of condition of the modernization of transport industry and the restoration of production rolling stock with the 40% of international partners. For example, it is necessary to implement already adopted discussion regarding the compulsory use of electric buses in cities with more than 20,000 and 240,000 of residents. This discussion will be implemented gradually until 2030. This industry needs large-scale financing on the basis of legislation of projects with thankful investment of public-private partners, which also includes new forms of voluntary cooperation of transport operators and their interactive with customers to provide integral public transport service at the level of the best European practice. We plan to form networks of transport union of Swedish high-level transporting of passenger by ecological transport in the territories of cities and suburbs. It is necessary to reach a consensus of all key participants, associations and clusters of transport companies, machinery builders, IT operators, as well as central offload associations. This work would include the implementation of project and project works with the participation of specialist expert cluster associations, industrial park regions compliance, as well as processing usage, ensuring the production of new rolling stock and industries, appealing IT technologies, talking about smart specialization of region and creating new jobs. We will already start such work with interested partners of the territory of several sub-regions of Ukraine, for example, within the framework of the Burstin Plus program, and like this. We believe that next time we will be able to formalize the legal status of such projects and begin the development of possible proposals this year in order to carry out all of the necessary production in 2023-2024 and start the implementation of the program no later than 2024. Let's do this important job together.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so we continue in the field of energy smart city. I would like to welcome Peter Blas. Peter?
Hello, my name is Peter and I'm from the company called Antik Telecom and Antik Technology. We are part of the proud member of the Slovak Smart City cluster. Green
one, yes.
Wow.
The red one, yes.
Okay. We are known here in the region as the largest telco company, in fact, but we work 20 years in the R&D, and that's why I think that maybe there are the areas where we could cooperate together. And so in the last 10 years, we delivered the products all around the world. And what are the products, in fact? These are mainly in different areas. Our classic area is IPTV distribution, so it's interactive TV. So these are examples of the type of the clients, like maybe the building on the left. On the bottom, this is specific TV system for the prison in Auckland, in New Zealand. And on the top is Terminal 2 in the Cairo airport. On the right is the current leader of the Emirates, which for him we deliver the TV system for his trips abroad the country. And what is the unique part is that we have on the one place the R&D, development, final development, software from the lower level up to upper level, and the production. So we can together create everything from scratch up to the final delivery. And so this was the IPTV, and the segment for the future, we think you act a lot of you is the smart cities and the different segments from the last mile mobility through tourism, communications, safety, public lighting control, metering, waste management, and environment controls. I prepared a few examples from this newest IoT and smart city segments. One is the hybrid. The example is the hybrid. I will just skip this. Hybrid charging station. It's a combination of the charging station for cars and for the bikes and the motorbikes. There are different areas where you can apply this device. So this is one of the new developments. Second one is that we call it community charging. The idea is that it's hard to define where you need to have a charging station. Charging station is normally very expensive and still quite expensive device. Idea is to have a hub, central hub, and very low cost plugs near almost to any parking lot. And then you don't need to book the special place for the e-cars. Normally the problem is how many spaces I should allocate, and my neighborhood is not very happy about this sometimes, because most of the people don't have any electric car. Why to dedicate a special place for the electric car? With these low-cost plugs, you can have the availability of the energy everywhere, but you don't need to allocate a special place only for the electric cars charging. And one of the other developments is the city app and the software behind, which puts on the one place in the one application all different use cases, like payments part, payment for the parking, payment for the public transport, payment for the sharing, payment for the entrances to the different kind of events, and also which is the part of our approach in Slovakia and beyond is the sharing scheme for different kind of devices. Our idea is not, all of you probably the e-scooters and the way how they are managed in the cities. The e-scooters with empty batteries are being collected by the diesel cars, and then they are charged somewhere, and then they are replaced in the area. Our idea, which you can see in this city, is that we have dozens of these photovoltaic powered charging stations for these small last mobility devices, which are placed usually next to the bus stop, so you can change easily the bus to the last mile device, which is the e-scooter, e-bike, or the e-motorbike. So these are just small examples of the possible cooperation together in different areas. We are open to discuss your own projects and your own areas of interest where we could work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next participant, who is covering the same industry, is online. So colleagues understand that we have Peter Higueros online. Can you please?
Hello.
Peter? Hello. Yes, Peter, we hear you.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, if you can go on full mode, and probably understood that the challenge is that instead of 5 minutes, you have 3. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So very briefly, thank you for inviting me to this event. Our organization is a hydrogen cluster, which has up to 80 members from different categories. We are gathering universities, large size companies, medium, small, and also some individuals. The main main goal of our organization is to promote the hydrogen economy and hydrogen technologies into the real life, and create the hydrogen supply chains, which will be then be connected to the one big hydrogen economy. Based on that, our activities covers mainly the organizing of meetings with international clusters, organization, and other stakeholders. And we are trying to prepare and promote the projects in the hydrogen economy. So everything what is related to the hydrogen, from the production of the hydrogen to distribution and the utilization in the final applications, it is covering our activities, and we are as a hub for this, for all the stakeholders that would like to be involved. And what we are looking for also with the matter of Ukraine is that we see that the hydrogen could be one of the main issue regarding the energy independency of the Ukraine, but also the Central European countries. And Ukraine, with a big potential for renewable energy, could be one of the key members of this coalition, I would say. And also regarding the plan of building a large scale renewables in Ukraine, produce the hydrogen and transport to the Europe, Slovakia could be one of the key elements in this project. So this is what we are looking for. We are looking for companies and organizations, institutions that are willing to do something with the hydrogen, with the production, distribution, and final utilization. Thank you very much. I hope that I matched the 3-minute session, and this is my contacts.
Thank you very much. You've done it really even in less, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. Alexander, the floor is yours. And we are moving now to the Industry 4.0.
Yeah, hi again. I represent now Association of Industrial Automation of Ukraine. I am CEO, so it's my second hand, because first is CEO of UCA, Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. So how it works. Yeah, so our association is the oldest association in Ukraine, Industry 4.0. We were created in 2011. So typically we do a lot of stuff around Industry 4.0. In fact, we try to manage this like ecosystem. We have in such ecosystem more than 300 members, officially less, about 55 members. And we try to create many what we call collective assets or mechanism, like we manage standardization, we have technical committee, also we try to create or contribute to development in Ukraine Center 4.0 and Digital Innovation Hub. Also, well, part of our job is development of clusters, engineering, automation, machinery, and so on. So we try to keep, this strategical, holistic view how to develop ecosystem in Ukraine. So talking about our needs or what I'm looking for. So first stuff, of course, we are looking funding of program, because we are founder in Ukraine of Strategy Industry 4.0, and since 2018 we generated a lot of about 20 projects. Now, many of them presented on our booth in this brochure and our site, Cluster Alliance. So it's typically a project like Digital Innovation Hub, what I mentioned, it like network of independent export, Industry 4.0, and many others. So we are looking for funding, and I hope with presentation opportunity we saw this morning, it can be possible. Second, of course, we are looking for collaboration as far as we have, and in here today, we have many innovative SME developers. We are looking collaboration in EU program with partnering. And of course, we need, because we understand, we are aware that many of European clusters are more advanced than we in Ukraine, so we are looking at this transfer or contributing how to transfer policy, industrial policy, digital innovation policy to Ukraine. What we propose, in fact, we do a lot of analytic jobs, works in Ukraine around Industry 4.0. So through us, you can have access to this ecosystem, different segment, because we know many deep knowledge about this different segment in this domain. And also we have teams, 10 people who we work like marketing agency, I would say, animating community, facilitating, so all these services, networking, matchmaking, marketing, so on, we can do. And of course, we have a lot of different kind of expertise. We manage working committee and so on. So we'll be really ready for collaboration. Just quotes about, I like much about industry 4.0, maybe 5.0, that it's not just about technology, it's really about collaboration. And I'm really happy to be here to organize this collaboration in person with our Ukrainian teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. We continue in the Industry 4.0 with Robert Bidowski. Robert, are you with us? No? Or he's online? Okay, if we don't have, do we? No, okay, so then Robert, maybe if he joins us, he will do it later. So in the digital sector, I would like to welcome Olga Shapoval. Thank you, Olga.
Okay. Hi to everybody. My name is Olga Shapoval. I'm Executive Director of Kharkiv IT Cluster. So Kharkiv IT ecosystem was created like a Silicon Valley in the United States around Stanford. So Kharkiv IT ecosystem was created around educational universities, and it was like an engineering city, and now it's like digital engineering city. So, okay. So before the war started, we grown really fast. Like 50% of growth, imagine 2 COVID years. And war stopped for very short time, this growth, and make it slower. But we are the only one industry which has grown due to this year, war year. So now, like we have, and we had, a lot of companies, more than 500 companies, more than 50,000 of software engineers who are like resilient, highly motivated, and they continue to work. So in our cluster, we are Kharkiv IT cluster, so we are working for 8 years. And in our cluster, we do not have anyone who stopped their business. Imagine, we are from Kharkiv, but we are continue to work, and we continue to create outstanding digital solutions for all over the world. We are part of, as a cluster, we are part of Enterprise European Network as a member of this consortium. So we are like unique point to enter this outstanding community. If I speak about like what do we offer? We offer outstanding expertise, 20 years of expertise for different business niches, business domains, business needs, but to create really outstanding competitive advantages for you, for your organizations, for everyone in this world. And we like already really deeply penetrated into international market, because 95% of our clients are abroad. It was always be so that Ukrainian IT and software engineers, we really choose complex solutions and very interesting products. And even this last year, our companies, they are in different ratings as the fastest growing companies in the world. Imagine this. So now we just offer you very, very like good culture. We are very flexible, very client-oriented, and we really do have high level of expertise. So now we have available capacities for you. It's really unique time to buy from Ukraine technology, to invest in Ukrainian technology, to invest in Ukrainian businesses, to find right partner for any type of projects, for R&D, for creating like really outstanding digital transformation, for any type of like small, medium enterprises or big, because we are also working with Fortune 100, for example, with everybody from this list. So, how to do it? Of course, I cannot do like very, very precise pitching for everybody, but we can do just with two simple steps. First one, let's get connected in LinkedIn, and to just continue communication. I am open for meetings, not today, but because I'm fully booked. Thank you for this event and for organizing. It's very, very, very well organized. But next week, next month, let's get connected. Let's just schedule a meeting and start your outstanding digital transformation with us. Because Ukrainian IT, it's unique window to outstanding digital transformation. And Kharkiv IT cluster, it's your universal key. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is William Bosiak. I think he's online. No? Okay. And then we'll continue with the Martin Benko. We have a recording from him. He was not able to attend today. So can you please turn the recording?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Martin Benko from the Slovak Sport Innovation Center as a cluster. Unfortunately, we are not, and I am not able to be in Kosice on our clusters meets region. Very great pitching session. So in this case, let me kindly present to you what our cluster is doing and why we want to be also matching some cluster cooperation within this our region and also widely. We are working on a market which is the sport industry market. This market is very growingly up. Now it's $700 billion last year, which means about 1.1% of a global GDP, which is also so important part of our industrial side. Mainly, our cluster, we are focusing on sports tech. Sports tech is a quietly new segment where the technology is using in sports and where the technology is using in the prevention of an injury or supporting the health by physical activity of a persons. This is a basically portfolio of sports techs which covering the real athletes. That's why also the professional and also the public professional. One also very important, the funds, but also the management regarding the organization of a sport entities and events, and very much developing is so much in sport for all. That's why the people can use the technology on their physical movement. As we looked to this European market of sport techs, you can see that the last development years is very, very high in growing because we are reaching about $1.9 billion. That's why market is growing up and also opportunity to use sport technology or technology in sport is on a very growing up position. So that's why our cluster is focusing on it with market and also the cooperation, the entities, basically the companies, they are doing well this system. This is a basic ecosystem of a Sportex in Europe. From left side to right, you can see who is participating on this ecosystem currently. One part is investors, that's why very much dealing with the Sportex solutions. One is some application programs, basically done accelerators and incubators program. When you can see the sport clubs and association who are very much using the technology on the sport. You can see mainly some football clubs regarding Barcelona and also Arsenal, Chelsea, etc. But also the other sport and international federation in sport. And when is innovation initiative, where also our cluster, Slovak Sport Innovation Cluster, is presented. And as you can see, within the growing European clusters and also within this ecosystem in sports, the Slovak Sport Innovation Center cluster is displayed, and we are a part of a real ecosystem within Europe.
Okay, so I think we're missing the last slide. Okay, but it's fine. Okay. As I said earlier, all the presentations will be uploaded on the European Cluster Collaboration platform. So if you're missing something, we will be able afterwards to download the information. And I would like to welcome on the floor now Evgen. Please join us and covering the defense sector.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes. It's not working.
With the green one, yes. Colleagues, can you?
Probably.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Miltech and dual-use technologies are the new field for the cluster collaboration in the European Union and also Ukraine, because much of the challenges that are being solved by the ecosystems developed within those clusters are deriving from the security challenges that had appeared recently, especially with the invasion of the Russian Federation of Ukraine. So the main task that's the dual-use technologies resource center of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance is striving with is to provide these solutions to the defense and security sector of Ukraine, as well as to enable the development of those solutions by the European peers of the Ukrainian companies. The Miltech innovations and value chain that is being boasted in Ukraine contains four main elements that are on the investment promotion side, as we need lots of investment nowadays into the development of new solutions to match the security challenges. Second, it's the export development, in as much as many solutions in Ukraine are worth being promoted in the European and global markets. Third, it's the knowledge management, because there are lots of solutions being developed simultaneously, and there is a huge challenge of focusing the resources, the scarce resources, onto the development of just few platforms that will be used for many decades to come. So to say the unification of the solutions. And last but not least, it's the redevelopment of the economic profiles of the regions in Ukraine. While the east of Ukraine had been traditionally considered the silo for the heavy industry, for the industry, for the defense and security industry. The current situation in Ukraine promotes the resettlement of the Ukrainian enterprises, moving those enterprises into the regions that are far from Russia, and of course that creates a lot of opportunities for the modernization of the respective industry. If we look into the ecosystem that we are trying to create within the dual-use technologies resource center of the Ukrainian cluster alliances, it's basically split into two levels where we deal with the high TRL solutions that are ready to market and may be offered immediately, and that's one of the examples. Ukraine is extremely strong, Ukrainian producers in the unmanned aerial systems, in the radio warfare systems, and the low TRL solutions that are mostly now rotating or focusing around the materials, the integrative smart territory management solutions, etc. There are two initiatives that I wanted to actually announce here that are being promoted by our resource center in the dual-use technologies. Number one initiative is the establishment of the East European Space Management Center. It is to be built in both Mukachevo, close to the Slovak border, and in one of the regions of either Slovakia or Poland that is close to the border with Ukraine. The main task is to actually ensure the processing of the information that's being derived, the data derived from space. And the last initiative that I also wanted to announce, and which is the continuation of some of the topics raised in this hall, namely the security of the energy infrastructure. The energy infrastructure in this region had been built as a complex where Slovak, Polish, and Ukrainian, for example, energy generating facilities were developed in order to ensure the transfers of surplus energy, the use of that energy. So the invasion of the Russian Federation puts very strong pressure on it. So our last initiative is to welcome everybody to work on the establishment of the Eastern European secure energy infrastructure cluster. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleased to welcome on the floor, Olga, please, the next participants in this session.
Hello, everybody. Good. So now I would like to introduce our Ukrainian Automotive and Mobility Cluster, and actually it was established 5 years ago by companies, on initiative of companies, and it was established with the goal to introduce Ukraine as a good location for automotive industry, and also as a good partner, reliable partner, attractive employer, and of course driver for innovation and development. For 5 years, we are already part of ecosystem in Ukraine. We are co-founder of Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. We're also co-founder of European Automotive Cluster Network. And during these 5 years, and especially last year, we are already in a good contact with the most automotive clusters in Europe. Just to mention that in Ukraine, we do have 60,000 people in the automotive sector. And this sector was quite attractive and mostly, as you say, located in the western part of Ukraine due to logistic actually reasons mostly. And what we have at the beginning that, some years ago, it was one of the problems to have skilled workers and motivated skilled workers. And right now we do not have such a problems because Ukrainian skilled motivated workers are the best in the world, I would say. We do have key automotive customers right now, and after the war, when the full-scale war started, already in 1 month, all our companies restarted the production and supplying to this customer on an everyday basis. What we could offer? Our opportunities, of course. Our opportunities as a country, as an industry, as high qualified human capacities, and quite big research and development centers, and all of this integrated, and we are, again, very open to cooperation. Just to mention that this is export data is only for automotive and machinery build industry, and exactly for 2022. So we do work, we are open, and we are very thankful to all our European partners. As you see already in March, we have started to a bit review our strategy of our automotive cluster, and together with European Automotive Cluster Network and with all our partners, we participated in most famous automotive events, Automotive Procurement Forum, Economic Global Impact Forum. We had special section for automotive industry with our cluster members who showed their stories, how they survive and how they produce and export their products all over the world. And also we had a common booth in Automotive Suppliers Summit with women, because men were not allowed, but it was common booth for our clusters. And we have contacted exactly from this exhibition with most of, no, not most, with all German automotive clusters. But to finalize, I want to show you also that we have actually a lot of online meetings, and thank you, we started, I told you yesterday, with a year ago with Polish colleagues. But last week, and this is exactly what I would like to finish with, last week we had 2 meetings in Nuremberg and Stuttgart, and yeah, and we have already good contacts, and we show the whole world our position. And of course, we are open to all possibilities right now, and thank you for the panel discussion with many opportunities which right now opened for Ukraine. So again, do business with us, stay with us, and just to finish, I definitely would like to finish not with my quote, but with quote of our members who did my last week and probably all months and probably next some months, that year ago they decided to stay in Ukraine. To stay Ukraine and to support people, to be responsible for people. And right now they have Global Quality Award as the most quality high-level products without defects and highly skilled, motivated people. Thank you so much for attention, and we are always here for you. Thank you.
I have to say that the only reason I really watching the time is that the matchmaking will start at 12:30 and there will be people online, so it is not possible to inform them at the moment. So I would like to welcome on the... so do we have Rodica Lupa online? Yes? Okay.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello, yes. Probably you've been informed that we are a bit... pressured in time.
Right of time.
Yes, please go ahead, and you have really kind of 3 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I represent a construction cluster in Bucharest, Romania. We actually have members from other cities as well. I won't bore you with many details because the time is short. I just want to say thank you for having me here in this wonderful event. Our cluster, being a construction cluster, is ready and eager to help reconstructing Ukraine, of course. Although we have, as founding members, mostly construction companies, architecture, engineering, and construction companies, Our cluster is a mixed cluster because our goals are mostly related to advancing the digitalization of the construction ecosystem, and we're trying to enhance the adoption, to speed up the adoption of high technology, of new technologies in the industry. This is why we also have quite a few members which are technology companies who are quite who dedicate many of their products to the IEC ecosystem, to the construction sector. What we do have, we are a pretty young cluster, so we are in our 3rd year of existence, but we already have over 50 members, despite the fact that we are quite selective. So we don't onboard everybody. We're looking for donor companies and research institutions who can actually contribute and give back to the community. What we focus on, like I said, is the digitalization in our first 3 years. And mostly we're trying to enhance the building information modeling adoption in Romania. And most of our projects are somewhat related to BIM adoption, including policymaking, because we are also involved in policymaking at national level, but also European level with the help of the European Cluster Alliance. And I would like to thank them for supporting us and having our opinions heard, actually. We are involved already in 3 European projects, including cascade funding types of projects. We're part of a Euro cluster, the AEC Euro cluster, together with with members from 6 other countries. Half of them are clusters as well, construction clusters from Europe. And we are also part of a European Digital Innovation Hub. And this is relevant because through this Digital Innovation Hub, which has been funded by the European Union, we can also help companies from other countries as well, including Ukraine. So we can offer support for digitalization of your construction Ukraine companies if that's necessary. What we're looking for, of course, we're looking to do business with cluster members from other countries. We are also looking for opportunities to be involved in projects and partners for projects in some areas, which I put on a slide. I'm not going to read through them because the time is short. I would like to say, though, that although I'm not present there, unfortunately, we do have there the president of our cluster alliance in Romania, Daniel Kosice from Clustero. He's there with his team, so he's the best person that you can get in touch with if you want to do business in Romania, because he knows most of our clusters, including ourselves. So I'm pretty sure he will represent us well there as well. And on the other hand, I would like to put a bit of a light on our international conference, which is now at the 3rd edition. The InnoConstruct conference is a conference dedicated to the digitalization of the construction sector and to innovation.
Please conclude, because we are really pressed in time. Thank you.
Okay, so this being said, we're welcoming you. We would be happy to welcome you in May, 18th, 19th May, in Bucharest for this international conference. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Yes, please, Andrei, join us on the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Right now, I'll be talking mostly to those who look into expanding to Slovakia or to European market. And that's because, great innovations arise during times of crisis. All the ways of doing things get shaken, and opportunities to do things differently arise. And on the 24th of February of last year, such crisis occurred. Ukrainians started fleeing war, destruction, and everything that's been mentioned and seen. When they came to Slovakia, they came asking us as business consultants from BDO, I am a graphic designer. I want to start a self-employment. How do I start a limited liability company? Because I want to open a bakery. I have a company in Dnipro. How do I relocate it together with all the employees? And there we found it. That was, for us, the silver lining the opportunity. And it wasn't just an opportunity for us, it was an opportunity and still is an opportunity for Ukrainians, as we try to help them to fulfill their potential. And for Ukraine, because as I spoke to Ukrainian ambassador lately, we agreed that 100% of companies that fail and go bankrupt won't return to Ukraine after the war is over. And of course, Slovakia, as we need more people who are hungry to realize their business ideas, to pursue their dreams, create value, jobs, etc. I believe that all of us here today believe that our work and our businesses create something positive. And we see it as a road to doing good things. And innovations and cooperation make that road into a highway. So why am I telling you all of this? In the time of making this project start in Slovakia, we gathered a really good team of people, of businesses that are experts in state aid advisory, in the negotiations with the ministry to get companies the most money from the government, business model adjustment for the Slovak Republic, commercial lawyers, HR relocators, and funding institutions. Basically, anyone you need to get established in Slovakia or European market. And the team is now up for you to serve your needs. So let's do what we oftentimes talk about doing, and that is to cooperate and do business together. And Slovakia is a good place to do your business, but it can be a great one if you know the right people, how they make it work. So if you're interested, hit me up. Let's exchange business card, and when it comes to it, don't fear to reach out to me or to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, perfect time. Yes, I would like to welcome Irina on the floor.
Hello, everyone. Please imagine we can leave the planet in better conditions, more cleaner, more prosperous than we inherited from our parents. Could there be the more social dream? My name is Irina Darvai, and I am CEO of Ivano-Frankivsk IT cluster. We cooperate a lot in Ukraine, and also today I present as an expert Precapacyan Eco Energy Cluster from Ukraine. Eco Energy Cluster was established to increase the efficiency of energy sources and to decrease the bad influence on the environment through the improving of cooperation between the science, through improving the cooperation between the science and business and the social sphere. PEAK organizes a lot of activities and events to share the knowledge about the green energy and about the wise consumption. Before the horrible war waged by Russia, using of renewable energy sources was like a nice to have, but after this war it will be the necessity. New green technologies are needed for Ukraine during the horrible attacks of our energetic infrastructure, and also it will be needed for Europe because it will be your energy independent. That's why we are looking for partners in 3 areas: energy security and energy efficiency, hydrogen technologies, and second life batteries for balancing the electric grid. In particular, project number 1 is the storage and transport of hydrogen in liquid organic compounds. The main goal is to create the working prototype to transport liquid hydrogen by using of existing pipeline infrastructure. And project 2 is the second life batteries in carbon footprint decreasing. It's also, the main goal is to create a working prototype to give the second life of batteries, and it's about wise consumption. And another slide. Cooperation is the key for success in any area. It's the simple phrase at the first sight, but after the war, for all Ukrainians, this phrase sounds more strong and very loud. Let's cooperate with Ukrainian people, let's cooperate with our businesses, and we're also ready to share our technologies and our knowledges. Thank you for your support and thank you for your partnership.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, I would like to welcome on the floor Daniel, please. It's the, yes, thank you so much. Yes, the green one.
Thank you very much, dear participants. I am representative of Council of Slovak Exporters. We as a Council of Slovak Exporters has been established in 2020, right at the bridge of pandemic COVID-19, as a export support initiative for our Slovak businesses and the bridge of international trade. Our platform is designed for all businesses and entities that export and are interested in international trade. We strongly rely on wide partnership and structure of our home and domestic and abroad entities. We also consist of a team of professionals, specialists, and international experts. What are the essential levels of CSE? Well, as every member association is a collective voice, we represent our members on various governmental councils and various state institutions. We also support our companies within the individual approach, so they can really ask us for any advice regarding international trade. We also strongly rely on networking and organizing of events. And also information and analytical branch, where we conclude some economic news every day, also some monthly economic outlooks and the opportunities for our members regarding the business opportunities. This is the structure of our members. We are not focused on particular sectors. Our members are from various branches, from SMEs to large industrial enterprises, also from startups, and as I said, in industrial organizations. We as a council strongly rely on the organization of networking events. This is the evidence of our regional export and innovation platform, where we bring together companies from Slovak regions, together with the experts for example, financing, insurance, and other issues that are connected with international trade. The pivotal activity from last year was the establishment of V4 Business Conference, which brought together more than 200 business entities, together with high state officials from Czech Republic, Poland, Slovak Republic, and also Hungary. This conference was meant as a bottom-up approach, where we discussed the issues that are our companies facing right now, mainly the energy crisis. And as I said before, we strongly rely on our strategic partnership and international ties. Feel free to contact us and become a part of Council of Slovak Exporters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so after these presentations, please join me in a big round of applause for everyone who've been participating in this morning and presented. With this, the first part of the day has over, but I have to say that because today is the Global Meetings Industry Day, I'm very happy to announce that the matchmaking session will start. So I'm pretty sure that all your calendars are fully booked. Please start approaching the meeting rooms on the first floor for the first round of the matchmaking. After the first round, there will be a networking lunch, then followed by the second round of matchmaking, and then after that, we will all gather back here. Thank you. I wish you a happy matchmaking.
I hoped you had good time talking to the people, networking in matchmaking. I welcome, it's always at the last session that many people needed to leave because of flights, but we are happy to have you here and as well welcome people who are still with us online to see a wrap-up session. What I could suggest, and this is the idea that came from colleagues, that we come all together to the stage. If I may ask you to come together to the stage, we do the our photo and video. So I'm inviting you. Let's show our how that we are together. Yeah. Yeah.
This is one of greatest Ukrainian hetmans, like a warrior, big warrior. 400 years ago, this is Khmelnytsky, and this is Sirko. Also, I want to say that one time Sirko ruined Moscow with Polish partners and Slovakian, I think.
I invite you to all to the stage. Okay, thank you. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Okay, and yeah, let's keep it, and then yeah. If I can. Yeah. Come on, please.
Ну,
please.
Вибачте, натопив. Я як потомок. Я це знаю.
Okay. Okay. So let me stand here. No, you're it's fine. No, I want to be here. So you can tell us. Start. Because it can be both photo. We will have photo, but as well we will have recording, so we can say something like clusters. You know?
Cluster.
Yes, can 1, 2, 3, okay? Clusters. Okay, thank you very much. Let's now, first of all, extremely thankful that you came here physically. Yes. Okay. Okay. We will check. We will check.
And he really put a lot of efforts, and I really appreciate it. And actually, it was his, how to say, he wanted. Okay, and I will.
But we are not finishing. We want to have wrap up. So please sit down and just 20 minutes, half an hour still to have. We are going to have the final panel session. So please stay with us still 25 minutes. I invite to our panel the President of the European Cluster Alliance, Antonio Novo. Please sit down. Thank you. And Alexander Jurczak, the President of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. And I would like to invite as well Daniel Arch, who is the host here, who is the president of the Slovak Cluster Alliance. So, if I can have the first slide, we had 2 days. This started actually with in the morning with the cluster conference of the Slovak clusters, but as well there were opportunities to see site visits, IT Valley, and Firma Magna. We had 200 people, more than 200 people on site. We had over 100 people online. We had 2 outstanding speeches of prime ministers from Slovakia and from Ukraine. We had finally the sessions on regional economic development, interregional collaboration, doing business in Ukraine, funding opportunities. And then we had the 20 pitches, thankful for everyone who contributed to this. And then we had 300 meetings, demands in matchmaking, which is a lot. 155, as far as I remember, occurred in the system. But of course, many meetings and matchmakings happened in the meantime in informal discussions. So this is sort of output of this event. And then next slide, please. We had key takeaways. Prime Minister Eduard Heger, collaboration is our future, and future is collaboration. You couldn't say better for the cluster workshop, Clusters Meet Regions meeting. Reconstruction of Ukraine will be a huge task of 21st century. Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal, very clear message for all of us. And we should be united, and Ukraine is the EU candidate country, so Ukraine clusters companies to be quickly integrated into the EU value chain. So these are the main outcomes of this workshop. This is only the beginning. We need to work further. We will discuss how, but before let me discuss with our panelists takeaways they have from this whole meeting, and then I will open the floor as well to you for your questions, for your comments, so that we have more interaction discussion. So let's start with the host, Daniel. You it happened because you. When we met in cluster conference in Prague, you agreed to help organizing this event, as we cannot go to Ukraine, together with Artur Bobownicki. So first of all, thank you very much for this. And we are after 2 days now. What could you say to us in your views of your takeaways from this meeting?
Thank you very much, Marek. Yeah, I was lucky to bring in Prague on this very first meeting also Artur Bobownicki, because he really took the most of the initiative. So I would like to thank him and the whole Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency. And I fully agree that for us it's also a big start, because yesterday in the morning we had National Cluster Conference, which was actually the very first conference of clusters in Slovakia. So it's a great pleasure to have it along with Clusters Meet Regions, with DG Regio, and Christovsky was envy, because he said, you have the first conference and we have already Prime Minister, and I had 10 and we never had Prime Minister on the conference. So, okay, there are many things that happen sometimes accidentally, but I think it was a very good, also our own national conference, and we have a lot of things to bring home. A lot of work as well. I think it was important even for Slovak clusters to meet each other and to share their own experience, to see how they work. And then, of course, to interact with not only Ukrainian clusters, but also clusters from Poland, Hungary, and other countries. So it was, I think, an excellent opportunity for us to be engaged in this event. We have also strengthened relationship with our Ministry of Economy, which is responsible for cluster policy. We have learned yesterday that there will be a national cluster strategy being prepared this year, and we will be strongly involved, included in the preparation. So that was also a very good message. We had made the first contacts with Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization, which is responsible for the main structural program called Program Slovakia, which was also presented here on the main session. And it is crucial to understand that clusters could also play an important role with development of regions. We had representatives of the Kosice and Prešov regions. We had discussions with them how to strengthen the cooperation and how to include clusters in a new programming period. Also, we had a debate with our policy officer at the DG Regio on how to incorporate or include clusters into so-called inter-sectoral innovation partnerships that are being developed in Slovakia within the program Slovakia to benefit from capacities, infrastructures, excellence that already exist in regions. In the field, of course, it's not only clusters, but clusters are actually inter-sectoral innovations partnerships. That has been also mentioned in the panel. And another joint effort was initiated by Alexander. I don't want to take this honor from you, but we were pleased to sign this agreement between Romania, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Lithuania, and Slovakia. So we are happy and we are looking forward to our mutual cooperation. So there are a lot of things that happened in these 2 days. We had great cooperation and discussion with the manager responsible for inter-regional cooperation for Slovakia. So we have already arranged follow-up meetings. A lot of good things happened, and I believe that in 1, 2, even 5 years, we will really see a lot of results in the field of the policy, but mainly in the regions and in inter-regional cooperation. And as you said, I fully agree that maybe there are several hundreds registered meetings, but there are much more that were outside of the official scope, and there are many that will continue after this event. So I thank all of you who came to our capital of Eastern Slovakia, and I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this excellent conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. And we did it as well because it was the application from the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance to do the clusters meet regions. So this is your fault as well, in a certain sense that we are here, or thanks to you. What you take away from this 2 days?
Yeah. So for us, it's really a remarkable event because, yeah, we prepared to it. We started preparation since maybe December, yeah, because we knew already that we will have these events, and the main idea was to be prepared. So we went here with, as we counted just before this event, 46 projects. Yeah, so we, beside of, let's say, typical cluster and tactics like matchmaking, you know, something improvised during meeting, we wanted to present something more solid, oriented to the future recovery project and resilience current situation. And when we signed it yesterday, this memorandum, we said, okay, let's look in 1 year how many projects will be launched into implementation. Yeah, because it's not just about signing memorandum. Even it's also very important. So if you count number of memorandum, we signed it about 5, yeah, today. So congratulations to all Ukrainian delegation, our foreign partner. And
Of course, there are many discovery. So when we are talking about takeaways, so I think this is the most important to go to practical things. Yeah. So we saw this during these 2 days. There are several concrete direction we can develop, like construction, sustainable infrastructure, like smart city, and many other things. So I think we started this collaboration step by step, and this is important to go further. That's briefly.
Thank you, Alexander. And I must admit, when war started in March, we only saw each other virtually. So it was very important as well for us to see in person that it's not fake, it's not chatbot, it's real person. And this is extremely important to have these physical meetings. And Antonio, Antonio was the one that actually during the lockdown took the leadership for the European clusters, and we had sessions every day at 8:30 for the whole lockdown period with all industrial ecosystems clusters. It was very important for the whole community because they knew there is someone, we are all together, we are helping each other, and you played this role as well virtually. So I think for you as well, it's quite a pleasure to be here in person, to see people and development, and you as the one who is responsible for development of European Cluster Alliance. What are your takeaways of this potential collaboration and integration of Ukrainian clusters into the EU?
Thank you, Marek. I think that once again, clusters are demonstrating that we are extremely agile on reacting. No? We were agile on including and supporting the Ukrainian cluster community at the beginning of the war. This event is the first serious industrial engagement between Europe and Ukraine on rebuilding relationships and business opportunities. And the main takeaway from here is that we have a lot of work to do, homework, I would say. I fully agree with Alex. We now need to put in place all those ideas and opportunities. But the good thing is that we have a very good basis from the industrial side, from the collaborative environments, and a real and strong support from the European Commission. That is something that is different from other regions in the world, you know. And I think I fully align myself with what was said yesterday from the Prime Minister. We need to be proud of being European, and we are grown with integrating Ukraine. And here we have the people that will make it even more real in the coming months, years, and so now we have the tool. It was very good to hear from you yesterday that clusters, Ukrainian clusters, Ukrainian companies now are members of the Single Market Program, because we have now the very concrete and real opportunity to insert you, to involve you in the coming Eurocluster calls. This is in our hands, and your hands also. So my very clear recommendation is study the 30 Euroclusters that has been launched, study the calls that they are going to launch in the coming weeks. Some of them are now live, but very soon there will be others. I have been having several meetings during this afternoon during the matchmaking. All of them could have opportunities on the Euroclusters call, you know, and this is an excellent way to create the relationships, concrete relationships, working relationship between you, your community, and us, you know, and create through those projects, create trusted relationship, you know, the dynamic to really know ourselves, engage on real projects, and even support your companies. There are other opportunities through other calls, and I know that you are thinking about what can we do. We have a role, even still pending to develop, on how cluster can help on defining the new industrial policies and taking in account the Ukrainian opportunities and needs on those industrial policies. And we need to play that role. It's very good to know that we have now the capacities. We are building capacities between us. What you just said is an excellent example, okay? Through this event, with the work that has been, the preparatory work, congratulations to Theodora and the team, you have been able to engage on new procedures, new support tools, and so we are building also as clusters community in that capacity to influence, but also to create a productive dialogue with our policymakers. So this is another challenge. And we will have an opportunity at the end of this year. Well, we will have many opportunities because the ECCP is continuously inviting, organizing events like C2 Labs, and we will have now in Hanover Mess a next opportunity to pitch in for projects. But I think that we need to see also in the EU Industry Days that we will celebrate on Spain, on Malaga, on the first week of October. And it will be a good scenario also for leading that industrial policy reflection on what can we as collaborative ecosystem contribute on the current challenges that we are facing, meaning challenges on digital and sustainability, on energy, on helping Ukraine. So that's the good news, because we are living a very interesting and very challenging moment, but we have the community to build solutions. And we are demonstrating that together with, in a real collaboration with the public policymakers, I would say, we can do it in the right way. So very proud of what I see here, of you, of what you are doing, and with the feeling that we need to do far more, because you need more, far more, but with the feeling also that we can do it during the coming months. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, panelists. Let me open the floor to the audience. I mean, we would like to have your views as well. You can have pose the questions. We have here a representative of member states as well, European Cluster Alliance, and me, responsible for cluster policy. If you have any questions or comments regarding this event, don't be ashamed.
My name is Florian, and I would like to have a question. What I learned on this conference is that Ukraine is working has a very strong civil society, has a very strong regional organizations, has an emerging cluster landscape. What I learned is that the European Union has a lot of possibilities to fund all the three of them. But what we haven't talked about in this conference yet, you can't talk about every topic, that's for sure, but there's another stream of money going towards Ukraine, and this is the money from the countries, G7, the donor conference and stuff like that. So, which is not put through the European, how do you say, institutions, but as a as an offer to Ukraine. And my question is, I'm coming from the sustainability point of view. I'm a sustainability consultant in Germany. And what I would like to know is, what do you expect from the clusters in terms of a good use of the money in terms of the sustainability?
It's a question to me probably, to European Commission. But I will give you a chance as well to respond. I mean, this is not in the EU. We have three in the industrial policy, three main objectives. And, this is the green transition, digital transition, and resilience building. And as well, we have in European clusters developed the recommendations together with the experts on clusters from the different ministries as cluster practitioners. 15 clear recommendations for 2021-27, which are exactly in line with the EU policies, with Green Deal, with digital transition and resilience building. And these recommendations give all cluster managers in the EU objectives how to develop, and they are talking, and we are talking about circular economy, we are talking energy efficiency, we are talking about net zero, low carbon economy. So we expect this from all clusters in Europe to implement the EU policy objectives. Having said so, it's the logic as well when we are talking about integration of the Ukrainian clusters into the EU and being the part of the European Cluster Alliance, that the clusters, be it construction, electronics, tourism clusters, are following the recommendations of the European clusters and EU policy objectives. So regardless where the money comes from, we have our EU policy objectives, and sustainability is one of them. Thank you. You would like to add something? Yeah.
We could think about it the other way around. What would we do as industry expect from the European Commission? No? Okay, because I always say clusters are realities, you know, and we need to wonder if the industrial reality engage with sustainability. I think so, in many cases, but we need also to help those that are still not engaged on those concepts to understand them and to even not to worry, profit from them, because we are speaking about competitiveness and profitness, okay? So it's our responsibility as industry, without waiting to the European Commission or even pushing the European Commission, to move it, because we are convinced about sustainability. Many of my members are pushing me, because clusters, we need also to build capacity on sustainability. Some of us have been supported by the ECCP past year in order to be prepared for supporting our members. But this is something still pending in many clusters. No? We need to, it's like digital, we need to build capacities on digital, also on sustainability. But I will not ask only from the top-down perspective. No? We should ask our members, what do you expect from us to do for you on sustainability? That is a very good point.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Maybe I'd like to add that question, sustainability for us is not just about, you know, applying green technology or some twin transition. So I think for Ukraine, what is important maybe more
more basic things, because yesterday I explained to somebody from European Commission why population of Ukraine was decreased in the last 20 years by 20%, yeah, because at the beginning 19th we were 52 millions, and today we are just 40 millions population, yeah, and now even less. Because many people immigrated. So, and I tried yesterday to explain why is so important industrial policy, because we are talking about creation, for example, jobs. Yeah, and unfortunately in our country till now we don't have strong industrial policy which can ensure, you know, a number of jobs, which can ensure some prosperity of population, good wages, and so on, so on. So we are really driven in Ukraine by many politics, I would say, concept by UNIDO, yeah, which for us is leader of industrial development, and this is one of the goals, sustainable development, yeah, a strong industrial policy. And in this term, we ask ourselves why we don't in Ukraine this good industrial policy. And when we start to reflect, we start to, you know, estimate what is the role of how it splits the role between government and business association and cluster. We realize that it's really one of the role of our roles, like cluster, like strong business community, to push this policy at government level, to work with them, to create them in the country. And this is what we do not last year, but last, let's say, 8 years, trying to establish at the level of national level, strong industrial policy, but also digital clusters, innovation, and so on and so on. So this is like lobbying policy of business association, but why I mentioned about that, because of course when we go deeper we realize that it's not so easy, and when we take you know, global context or European context, because we cannot talk just about one country. Of course there is question how to improve domestic value chain, but we cannot consider today Ukrainian domestic value chain without Europe. Yeah, this is a big question, how to be integrated. So I'd really like to thanks to DG Grow, to Marek about this topic, because for Ukrainian people it's quite new, how to be integrated into European value chain. Till now, when you go to any international meeting or investment forum, Ukrainian manufacturer, we talk about export, just pure export. But very few talk about internationalization, about integration into value chain. And for many, I think even from our delegation, this topic still not very clear. So what does it mean, integration into value chain? So that's why everything was discussed today in this meeting is really very important, because and vector, you establish it, you fix up, yeah, like well, general topic of this conference, integration into value chain, cluster, SME, is really very, very important for Ukraine, because I think step by step we start to be aware, we start to understand how it looks like. Yeah, and in fact, we start with simple things. Yeah, we start to look for partner. Who is our partner in neighbors? Yeah, in Poland, in Slovakia, in Czech Republic, and so on. And when we start to establish this relationship, this partnership, okay, we go to business, we go to concrete sector, we start to understand what are the challenges, what are the gaps, and how we can fill it. And well, then we use classical cluster techniques like networking, like matchmaking. We establish some collaboration format, and so on. I think this topic was really open it and discover it during this conference. And for Ukrainian delegation, for us, it's really very, very important. So in this term, sustainability for us, it's not just about, you know, climate change or green technology. For us, what is really important, how to grow our economy, how to create jobs, yeah, how to close the gaps in value chain, also internal value chain.
Yeah, very small maybe remark, because I have a problem with the term sustainability. You know, when I entered the world of business and world of clusters, you know, we are growing since then. So sustainability means to sustain, but I think it's DG Grow, so we should grow rather than to you know, just to, of course, sometimes it's important to sustain, but personally, I'm observing really growing in terms of clusters, in terms of capacities. So I think that sometimes we should look at the potential to grow than just to sustain. That's my remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Let me finish with this, because we are running out of time, and I think this proves that it's the only beginning of bringing together Ukraine companies and EU companies and clusters, and it's up to us as well. And I would like to ask you as well on any ideas how we can make it beyond the instruments that we have. If you have any ideas how we can improve and in practice, ideas about supply meetings or something like this, in vertical industrial ecosystem, bringing industrial clusters from the EU together with relevant industrial clusters from Ukraine. This is something that we will now work deeper. Let me, if I can ask the last slide, which I had, because all the presentations and as well a recording you will have on our Cluster Collaboration EU. You can download. This is the web page, which is our EU web page, and this is the web page which serves us to animate, facilitate the whole community. And Clusters Meet Regions, we are organizing this across EU. I will ask Theodora to tell us about next Clusters Meet Regions, but I would like to invite you to Cluster Talks. This is something that we are organizing every morning at 8:30 on Wednesday, every Wednesday on 8:30 every 2 weeks. So next week, on the 5th of April, we will organize the Cluster Talks on raw materials. We've just published the proposal for the regulation on critical raw materials. We want to discuss it. We know that Ukraine plays an important role in it, so we are inviting you to take part in this Cluster Talks. The Cluster Talks 2 weeks after will be on private financing. It will be as well interesting for clusters, for business model of clusters. So follow us on this Cluster Talks. We have matchmaking events. So in Finland it will be as well matchmaking event together with on raw materials. We have matchmaking in Taiwan. We have matchmaking in South Med. So this is going beyond the EU. We have cluster exchange, which is inviting the members of clusters or cluster the presidents of the cluster managers or people working in cluster organizations to go to another cluster organizations, kind of twinned for 3 days or 1 month. We have then as well Cluster Booster Academy, which is about building capacity, and we will have Olga participated in Strasbourg when we organized the first one. We will organize the next one in mid-April to mid-May. We launched the call for expression of interest to participate in. I encourage you to apply. It will be virtual 2 days virtual in June, and then we organize it in Italy in September. And we have the still support Ukraine, where we put needs with demands, and we have this group as well in LinkedIn. So I encourage you to join this group in LinkedIn. It's still very passive. I think we can try to animate it better. So this is the web page. Theodora, I will give you the floor about the next Clusters Meet Regions.
Yes. Thank you, Marek. So After this overview, I mean, actually, you can find it's not just basically the platform itself, the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, but Marek just mentioned about all the different activities. But I would like to point about the forthcoming two Cluster Meet Regions events. This is the one taking place in Kittilä in Finland, which is 25th and 26th of April. On the main topic would be the raw materials, and also the one coming in Sweden in June. You see the dates. Afterwards, of course, we are having already planned in September. We will go back to Prague. We will go to Germany. It's in Ireland we are considering at the moment, so it is a very busy schedule, but please continue visiting European Cluster Collaboration Platform for more information, as well as we just launched the call of expression of interest for the two matchmaking events that will take place at the end of May, beginning of June. The one is in Taiwan and the other one is in South Med. So this is, I mean, the announcements we would like to make in terms of what's next on top of everything else that was said as the cluster talks and the Cluster Booster Academy. So thank you very much for the attention.
And final word, I would like on behalf of the European Commission, thanks first of all you, because you made this happen. We had 200 people. We had people on site, matchmaking. You were the main core. If you hadn't come, it wouldn't be a success. So thank you very much for coming, and this have made the success. I hope you created relations, you found some people with whom you can develop further collaboration. So this is the first step. We are organizing the standard matchmakings and networking. So we will continue with the integration of the EU companies into the EU value chains. I would like to thank you very much to Daniel and Peter, who he's somewhere here. Peter from the Agency for Innovation, who spent lots of time in order to prepare it, and Artur Bobownicki, who is right now in hospital, who helped us to organize it very much from the very beginning. The Slovak and Ukrainian government, particularly, it was really something exceptional that we had both prime ministers here. Without their commitment, this wouldn't have happened. So on behalf of the European Commission, I would like to thank them that they give this political push as well for the cluster policy, for the European cluster policy. And last but not least, I wanted to thank you, Theodora, very much. You.
Thank you.
And all the crew who worked with you, particularly colleagues who are helping us with all this technical stuff, microphones, photos. I think they deserve really a big applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If I just made that, I really thank you for the appreciation, but behind the work, I mean, me standing here, it's really the entire crew of the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. So I thank everyone who've been together during the last couple of months. I thank you for the dedication of the host organizers, because this was really a very hard work. And last but not least, I've said it earlier that today is the Global Meetings Industry Day. And I really love events because I believe of the face-to-face communication, as well as that the meetings create collaboration and opportunities. And on the other side, clusters are the drivers, they are the engine and the fuel for collaboration. So that's why Cluster Meet Regions, I believe, is a great success. Thank you.
And I would like to mention one person as well, Martin Dis, who is responsible for all Ukrainian actions we have in DG Grow, and you will have still, I think, contacts with her, and she would be more than happy to have contacts with you. So, and with this, I wish you safe journey back, and we see each other. And it's useless to say that I wish all of us the end of this incredible story. Nobody can believe it happens. Thank you very much, and have a safe journey.
Thank you.